Chapter 23:19 Two Sabers and One Sword. Chapter 23:19 Two Sabers and One Sword. Needless to say, it was an extremely painful process. In the beginning, Yan Yi would fall to the ground after going just a short distance, but he always crawled back up and continued until he couldn't. Bai Zixian's heart was always in pain as she watched this. Now, she finally knew how Yan Yi had obtained his current strength. It had been obtained by giving his cultivation everything he had. Butcher and the others were really pleased by Yan Yi's display, and it was especially so for Butcher. As Yan Yi's master, he was happier than anyone to have a disciple who could endure suffering. Moreover, this wasn't just any ordinary suffering. In the beginning, Yan Yi's body cracked apart as he walked, but he didn't make a sound and just continued. Such willpower was truly too rare. Of course, this method of training was extremely harmful to Yan Yi's body. So, Butcher and Wang Aria's grandfather would go deep into the rear mountains in search of herbs every single day, and then they would give them to Yan Yi to immerse his body in. It could be said that Yan Yi's body wouldn't have been able to endure his training without the herbs they found for him. Of course, he would have been able to endure even double this training if he had the primordial pagoda with him. Unfortunately, the little bit of primordial violet energy he had in his body was far insufficient to repair his body. When he had the primordial pagoda, it could absorb spirit energy on its own and convert the spirit energy into primordial violet energy for him. So, he didn't have to worry about primordial violet energy at all. Yet now, he had to worry about it. Once his body was injured too much, and he didn't have sufficient primordial violet energy, he would be in big trouble. So, the herbs they provided him were extremely important. The herbs Wang Aria's grandfather found improved his Boda's strength, and Butcher's improved his arms. Just like that, day after day passed by, and Yan Yi's body and arms improved incessantly. As for his body, it grew more and more accustomed to the huge saber. At the very least, he could walk normally now. One day, Yan Yi arrived at the rear mountains again. However, he stopped and went to an empty place. He twisted his right hand slightly, and a black sword appeared there. The sword. Yan Yi's body suddenly turned ethereal, and then he swung his sword forward. The sword domain. Hiss! Space before him was sliced open, but that wasn't the end of it. At the instant his sword descended, another swing had been executed at practically the same instant. However, Yan Yi was blasted away when the swing had only descended halfway. Yan Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Bam! A deep hole was slammed open in the ground. But it didn't take long for Yan Yi to crawl back up, and then he started walking toward the distance with Invincible on his back. Just like that, a month passed. Every day, Yan Yi would come here and train with the sword, but only once. Because just that once would exhaust him. In a bamboo house, Yan Yi laid on the bed with his body completely bare. Bai Jixian was in front of him, and she was applying the liquid within a white jade bottle on him. In the beginning, it was quite embarrassing for her, but after days went by, she'd gotten used to Yan Yi's body. In any case, she'd seen everything and touched everything, so there was no need for embarrassment. However, there would be something unspeakable and embarrassing that occurred every single time. This time was no exception. This was naturally not something to divulge to others. 2 hours later, Yan Yi got up from the bed, and Bai Jixian immediately helped him put on some clothes and walked to the village's entrance with him, and watched him go into the boundless rear mountains. In the beginning, she had been quite worried and went with him to the rear mountains. However, Yan Yi seemed to be growing more and more normal. Of course, the main reason was that anti-veg had suppressed some of his madness intent. Otherwise, he would still not be normal at all. Presently, he wouldn't attack everyone he saw, but he still wasn't someone that could be offended. He would go mad if he was. Cultivate and temper the body. Yan Yi did only these 2 things every day from then on. One day, he went to the rear mountains and suddenly went deep into that forest there. Yan Yi found the Skywalker wolf there. The wolf was naturally furious to see its sword enemy from before. It howled madly at Yan Yi because this human before him had brought utter humiliation to it. The wolf pounced and charged at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly put down the saber on his back, and then a black sword appeared in his grasp. An instant later, the wolf was in front of him, and the powerful force it carried caused the space around Yang Yi to crack open. At the same time, Yang Yi's body suddenly turned ethereal, and then he swung his sword down. At practically the same instant that it descended, Yang Yi had executed another swing of his sword. The sword domain. 2 swings of the sword. Boom! As soon as they descended, the wolf was blasted far away. In the end, it slammed open a deep hole in the ground, and it took quite some time for it to crawl out of it. The wolf's entire body had cracked open. The Skywalker wolf's entire body had cracked open. Especially the injury on its head. If that injury had gone just a little deeper, its head would have cracked open. The wolf gazed at Yang Yi, and the ferocity in its eyes had waned and was replaced with vigilance and fear instead. Yang Yi didn't launch another attack, he just put the huge sword back on his back and left. The wolf seemed to visibly relax upon seeing Yang Yi leave, and then it vanished into the boundless rear mountains. Not long after Yang Yi left, a middle-aged man appeared here. It was Butcher. He was naturally worried about Yang Yi being alone in the rear mountains. While Nine Hells' Emperor was heavily injured, he wasn't dead. Moreover, there were many other powerful demons in the rear mountains, and they weren't existences that Yang Yi could fight against. So, he always followed Yang Yi into the rear mountains. As he recalled Yang Yi's attack just now, Butcher fell silent for a long time and laughed bitterly. His sword is still a little stronger. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. The sword. Yang Yi's bodily strength and the strength in his arms had multiplied by countless times since he arrived at Eternal Village, and his attainments in the saber could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that ordinary true Dao realm experts were nothing before him. However, they had gradually overlooked Yang Yi's attainments in the sword. Yang Yi had already been able to kill true Dao realm experts with the sword. As his physical strength and arm strength grew, his sword was improving too. Just like the scene from before. In the past, Yang Yi hadn't been able to instantly swing with the sword domain twice. Yet now, he could accomplish that. Moreover, while he trained with the saber, his speed, reaction, and speed had been improved tremendously. At the same time, the speed and strength of his sword were improving tremendously. In the end, as far as Butcher was concerned, the saber and the sword were probably the same to Yang Yi. In any case, they were all used to kill. Kill. Both the saber and the sword were used to kill, and both of them were just tools in his hands. That was why Yang Yi could use both of them with such ease. As far as he was concerned, the saber was the sword, and the sword could be the saber. At the entrance of Eternal Village, Butcher brought Yang Yi and Bai Jixian here, and then he stretched out his hand. A machete appeared in his grasp, and he pointed it at Yang Yi. Bring it! Yang Yi didn't react. Meanwhile, Butcher suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi and swung his saber. Bai Jixian immediately moved aside. Yang Yi suddenly looked up. He didn't dodge and just stretched both hands behind himself to grab Invincible, and then he swung it. A head-on collision. Boom! Yang Yi was blasted into the village, and a long trench had been dug open in front of him. Butcher took a step forward. Come on! Continue! Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. Boom! The ground shook violently while Yang Yi instantly arrived above Butcher, and then he swung his saber. Pure strength. It was a swing without any technique or flashy moves. Butcher's eyes narrowed slightly and took half a step back with his right foot. A moment later, he grabbed his machete with both hands and swung it up. Boom! As soon as their sabers collided, Butcher was pushed around 30 m back while Yang Yi was blasted away. Yang Yi slammed into the ground again. A short while later, Yang Yi crawled up slowly from there. At this moment, some cracks had appeared on his arms. While his strength had improved tremendously, he wasn't capable of fully using Invincible, and his strength wasn't sufficient. Suddenly, Butcher dashed toward Yang Yi. Sparks flew as his machete was being dragged against the ground. It only took a moment for Butcher to appear in front of Yang Yi, and then he slammed his machete at Yang Yi. It seemed like he could chop open the ground, and it was a simply suffocating aura. Yang Yi still didn't choose to dodge. He raised his saber and swung it. Their sabers collided once more. Boom! A wave of powerful force rippled out from the point of collision. Butcher was pushed back while Yang Yi was blasted away. Moreover, bloody cracks had appeared all over Yang Yi's arms. Both of his arms had cracked open. Meanwhile, Butcher charged at Yang Yi again. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed Invincible and hurled it at Butcher. The saber tore through the air and tore open everything before it. Butcher's eyes narrowed slightly, and he swiftly flicked his saber and blasted Invincible over 1 kilometer to the right. However, right at this moment, his expression changed slightly, and he retreated 3 back. There was a bloody injury on his stomach. Hidden blade. He looked up and a ray of sword energy descended straight at him. If one looked carefully, one would notice that there were 2 rays of sword energy there. The sword domain. The sword energy descended. Butcher's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his machete before him. Clang! A clear clang resounded, and then Butcher's machete broke into 2 while Butcher himself was blasted over 30 m away. Meanwhile, a huge saber tore through the air toward him. It was Invincible. Butcher's expression remained unchanged, and he pressed his palms together. He instantly clamped down on Invincible. However, his expression changed drastically at the exact same instant. A ray of cold light flashed by his stomach again. Hiss! A string of blood sprayed, and Butcher moved 10 m back again. Butcher glanced at his stomach, and then he looked up. At this moment, a pitch-black sword was in Yang Yi's right grasp, and Hidden Blade was in his left. As for Yang Yi's back, Invincible was there. 2 sabers and 1 sword. Chapter 23:20 Primal Battlefield. Chapter 23:20 Primal Battlefield. 2 sabers and a sword. Butcher gazed at Yang Yi, and there was shock, pleasant surprise, and other complicated emotions in his heart. He was shocked that Yang Yi was actually able to use 2 sabers and a sword in perfect harmony, and he was able to bring forth their full strength too. It could be said that Yang Yi's method of fighting was something that even a true world realm expert may not be able to face. He was pleasantly surprised by how unrestrained Yang Yi's method of fighting was. There were no barriers between using the sword and saber to Yang Yi. There was no conflict between them. While all Daos converged to the same path, there still was a difference between them. But Yang Yi was able to perfectly merge them both without any barriers between them. That was what pleasantly surprised him. While Yang Yi had become his disciple, he hadn't considered making Yang Yi give up on the sword. Yang Yi's attainments in the sword Dao were already so powerful, so giving up on it now was absolutely foolish. But he was worried that Yang Yi's sword Dao and saber Dao would conflict with each other. But now he knew that there was no conflict at all. He had complicated emotions because Yang Yi possessed such combat strength at such a realm of cultivation and age. Needless to say, Yang Yi was much stronger than had been in the same realm of cultivation and age, but his natural talent in the saber Dao far surpassed Yang Yi. The facts proved that natural talent didn't decide everything. Butcher glanced at the injury on his stomach again, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "Kid, you can graduate now." "Graduate?" Bai Jixian was shocked. "Senior, Butcher spoke softly. "You don't have much time left, and neither do we. Come with me." He turned around and walked away. Before the bamboo house, Auntie Veg, the slovenly old man, and Butcher were here. Auntie Veg asked. "I'm sure you're very curious about what this place is, right?" Bai Jixian nodded. She'd always been curious about this mysterious place. Auntie Veg spoke softly. "This place was a battlefield during the Primal Era. During the battle all those years ago, countless primal demons, primal emperors, and primal gods perished. One of them was an almighty figure called God Tai Ling. At the moment of his death, he used all his energy to seal this part of the battlefield. He sealed it for 2 reasons. The first is because he didn't want outsiders to enter this place. Too many experts had perished in this battlefield. Their corpses, and even his own, were things he didn't want others to disrespect. As for the second reason, he didn't want some people and demons here to leave. During that war, some had perished, but some had actually survived. She looked up at the sky at this point. Actually, our village suffered a calamity we did not deserve. In the beginning, this village wasn't a village, it was a small kingdom. However, it was very close to the battlefield, so when that almighty figure sealed the area, he sealed this small kingdom too. As for this village of ours, it's that small kingdom from before. Bai Jixian asked softly, "Why are there so few people here?" Auntie Veg chuckled. "Don't forget that there are countless powerful demons here." Bai Jixian fell silent. Auntie Veg spoke softly. There were experts in the small kingdom too, but they were much weaker when compared to those primal demons and primal emperors. In the beginning, they wanted to break through the seal, but they were suppressed by the seal left behind by that god. But there were also numerous primal demons here, so countless experts perished at that time. As for the small kingdom itself, it was ceaselessly devoured by the demons in the surroundings, and now, only this village of ours remains. Bai Jixian asked, "Those demons spared this village?" Auntie Veg chuckled. "How could that ever happen? They just had no choice. Because in the beginning, those demons wanted to leave this place too, and then they were suppressed by the seal, while some were even killed by it. As for the remaining demons, they were heavily injured. So, a choice appeared before us. The experts of this small kingdom launched a counterattack and annihilated numerous powerful demons. After that, the demons had suffered heavy losses, and so the humans and demons found themselves at a rare moment of peace." Bai Jixian suddenly asked, "Then why are people able to enter from the outside world?" "Because the seal has been damaged." Auntie Veg continued. "The humans and demons once joined forces to break open that seal. While they failed, they heavily injured the spirit of the seal, so the seal became unstable and shrunk slightly. It's also why this place gradually appeared before the people of the outside world, and they are able to enter this place and leave. It's because the orders given to the seal's spirit was to keep the living beings here from leaving." Bai Jixian asked, "Didn't you say that the seal was created to keep outsiders away?" Auntie Veg smiled. "Have you heard of anyone who gets to this village and still leaves this place?" Bai Jixian was at a loss for words. Auntie Veg said, "After the seal shrunk, the area outside of the village became open to outsiders. However, the village and the area behind it aren't. As for the corpse outside the village, that fellow wanted to enter the village, and Butcher was kind enough to tell him to leave, but not only did he refuse to leave, he wanted to kill and steal from Butcher. So, Butcher killed him in a fit of rage." "Wait," Bai Jixian asked. "One area can go outside. She brought us here." Auntie Veg fell silent. Meanwhile, a sigh resounded. "It's because you don't know how special she is. That little girl is too special. She's the only person here who can go outside. No, that mad girl is no person." Bai Jixian was curious. "Then what is she?" The three of them exchanged glances and didn't answer the question. A short while later, Auntie Veg said, "It isn't that the seal's spirit refuses to stop her, it just doesn't dare to. Actually, she could have left a long time ago. However, that sly old man was worried about what would happen to her. She's young and doesn't know how evil the world is. If she's allowed to go outside on her own, it would harm her instead. So, the old man kept her by his side until both of you arrived. However, even now, I still don't know why he chose that kid. After all, many people have been to this village, but he never chose any of them." Bai Jixian shook her head slightly. "I don't know either." Auntie Veg nodded and stood up. "Come with me." Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment and followed her. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hurriedly followed after her, but Butcher grabbed Yang Yi. "You stay here, you." Butcher stopped abruptly at this point and let go of Yang Yi too. It was because Yang Yi had moved to grab his saber. Yang Yi was going to attack. Butcher shook his head as he gazed at Yang Yi, who walked by Zixian's side. If this kid doesn't work on his temper, he's probably going to suffer. I don't think so. The slovenly old man spoke softly. You can't get a good foothold in this world without being ruthless, and the more ruthless you are, the better it'll be. I think that kid will face trouble, but he will definitely not suffer. Butcher shook his head and smiled. I hope so. Andy Veg left them to a bamboo house. In the bamboo house, she glanced at Yang Yi, and then gazed at Bai Jixuan. I pass down the cultivation technique and some combat techniques of my sect to you. Cultivate diligently once you go to the outside world. It won't be difficult for you to go above the true world realm. She turned around and walked to a bamboo bed, and it didn't take long for her to return with a white jade box. Bai Jixuan was confused. What is that? Auntie Veg glanced at Yan Yi and Bai Jixuan, and then she said, Lifelong bracelets. I never wore it again after I lost my husband. Now I'm giving it to you and this kid. Master. Bai Jixuan glanced at Yan Yi and said, Him and I. Auntie Veg shook her head slightly. There's no need to worry about that. He's a person who takes feelings very seriously. While he thought of you as another woman, based on his character, since he dared to do it, he would dare to take responsibility for his actions. So, there's no need to worry too much about it either. It isn't easy for us women to find someone we like in our lives. Since you have found someone, then don't worry about the rest. My master once told me something that I don't feel is very correct, but you can give it a listen. Bai Jixuan was curious. What was it? Andy Veg said. Even if it doesn't last forever, at least it happened. Bai Jixuan was at a loss for words. Andy Veg spoke softly. You're a woman who seeks to be better than others, but do you know that you're like a gentle young lady before him? Once you head outside, I don't know how far both of you will go, but I don't hope to hear about anything terrible. She gazed at Yang Yi. I believe that I didn't misjudge you. Bai Jixuan knelt down slowly. Take care, master. Andy Veg grinned. It's fine. If anything goes wrong with the spirit of the seal, we may be able to meet in the outside world. All right, go on. Bai Jixuan bowed to her again and left with Yang Yi. She led Yang Yi to Butcher's stall, and the latter glanced at them and said, Take care. Bai Jixuan gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he bowed slightly to Butcher. After that, he flipped his palm, and a golden saber appeared before Butcher's stall. It was one of the eternal treasures had obtained from that battlefield. It was a very long saber, and it was perfect for Butcher. Butcher was stunned as he gazed at the saber. There was something inscribed on it. It was written in slightly bad writing, but it was very clear, and it had clearly been inscribed not too long ago. As he gazed at it, he suddenly started laughing, and his laughter grew louder and louder, at the village's entrance. Yang Yi suddenly stopped. At his side was the slovenly old man lying there on the wooden bench. Yang Yi abruptly walked over to him. This time, Yang Yi didn't put a blade against the old man, and he just placed a brand new gourd by the old man's side. It was filled with wine. Bai Jixuan glanced at Yang Yi, and then she led Yang Yi out of the village. Right when they were about to leave the village, they stopped again. A young girl and an old man were not too far away from them. It was Wang Area and her grandfather. Wang Area chuckled. Grandfather said that I can go outside with you and have some fun. Bai Jixuan glanced at the old man. The old man spoke softly. Thank you. Bai Jixuan nodded, and then she took Wang Area's hand and started walking out of the village. Wang Area was absolutely elated. A short while later, she suddenly turned around, and the old man was standing by the village's entrance. Wang Area was stunned for a moment, but it didn't take long for her to smile again. Grandfather, wait for me. I'll be back in a few days. Once she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished into the distance with Yang Yi and Bai Jixuan. At the village's entrance, the old man watched them vanish, and a long time passed before he spoke softly. Live well. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's hair actually turned white in an instant, and then fell off his head. Meanwhile, his body instantly started to rot as well. A long time passed before a beast's bone fell from his grasp. Chapter 23-21 Departure. Chapter 23-21 Departure. The village entrance. The slovenly old man sighed as he laid there on the wooden bench. In the bamboo house, Auntie Veg closed her eyes slowly. Knowing destiny is easy, going against it isn't. Before the meat stall in the village, Butcher's Chopper suddenly trembled. What did you predict? After the three of them left, the entire eternal village suddenly became ethereal. It didn't take long for the entire village and the rear mountains to vanish. Meanwhile, Bai Jixian, Yan Yi, and Wang Area were in a mountainous region. All along the way, Wang Area was very curious about the outside world, and she kept asking questions. Bai Jixian, on the other hand, explained everything she could. After all, Wang Area's grandfather had helped Yan Yi tremendously. So, Bai Jixian had a very good impression of the young girl. Suddenly they stopped. Yan Yi looked up, and the mountain range in the distance shook abruptly. A short while later, the ground beneath their feet gradually started to tremble. It didn't take long for a towering demon to appear before them. It wasn't a new scene to Yan Yi and Bai Jixian, it was the same demon that had tried to kill them that day. The head of a cow, body of a human, and a body that towered into the sky. It's huge! Wang Area exclaimed. It's the first time I've seen one so huge. Bai Jixian had a wisp of solemnness on her face. While Yan Yi and her strength had improved tremendously since then, it was no weakling. Especially its strength, it could simply be described as capable of destroying the world. Bai Jixian didn't hesitate to grab Yan Yi and Wang Area before hiding. Meanwhile, Wang Area glanced at Yan Yi and asked, Big sis Bai, will this guy get well? Bai Jixian gazed at Yan Yi. Didn't you notice that he's much more normal lately? Don't try to trick me. Wang Area continued. He's only a little normal now because his madness intent was suppressed, and it can't cause trouble. She glanced at Yan Yi, and then she ran over to Bai Jixian's side and whispered, Do you think he'll suddenly attack us? Bai Jixian shook her head and smiled. Do you think he will? Wang Area replied softly. He doesn't seem like he will, but I can't be sure. I watched him in secret for some time, and I went to the rear mountains with him once. Do you know what I saw? Bai Jixian was curious. What? Suddenly, the mountain range shook violently. Bai Jixian looked up, and she saw the primal demon looking toward the surroundings with bewilderment, as if it was looking for something. Wang Area suddenly said, It's really huge. Bai Jixian asked softly, You're not afraid of it? Afraid? Wang Area blinked. Why would I? It's just big, not strong. Bai Jixian gazed at her with a strange expression on her face. You don't think it's strong? Wang Area nodded. It's just huge, but it isn't very strong. Bai Jixian wanted to say more, but the primal demon suddenly started running in their direction. It discovered our presence? Bai Jixian was slightly stunned. Suddenly, Wang Area ran over, and Bai Jixian was shocked by this. Area, get back here! At this moment, Wang Area had appeared in front of the demon. Needless to say, her petite figure was like an ant standing before a human. She was too tiny. However, she showed no fear when facing that colossus, and she just slammed her fist at it. Bang! A wave of powerful energy rippled out from her fist, and it pushed the primal demon backward repeatedly for over 10 kilometers. Of course, it was just a few steps back for the huge demon. Meanwhile, the primal demon was clearly infuriated, and it immediately slammed its fist at her. The entire sky was blotted out by its fist, but Wang Area showed no fear and just swung another punch. Faint golden light appeared on her fist. Boom! As soon as her fist shot forward, a wave of energy erupted like a volcano from her fist, and it swept up into the sky and slammed against the primal demon's fist. Boom! Bang! 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 The primal demon took many steps back again, but Wang Area had been pushed back to Yan Yi and Bai Jixian's side too. She glanced at her fist, and then she looked up at the demon. This fellow isn't that bad. Suddenly, the primal demon slammed another punch in their direction. Wang Area blinked and went behind Yan Yi. I'm tired, you deal with it. Bai Jixian was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly leaped up and charged at the primal demon. An instant later, a ray of cold light flashed through the sky, and then Yang Yi drew invincible and slammed it down. Meanwhile, the primal demon's fist had arrived. Boom! The primal demon's fist cracked open, and it was pushed around 10 steps back. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed Invincible with both hands and hurled it forward. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed through the air, and space was sliced apart in its wake. While it was huge, the primal demon's reaction wasn't slow at all. As soon as Yang Yi's saber tore through the air, it clenched its right fist once more, and then it slammed it up into the sky. The world shook before it. Bang! Invincible slammed against the primal demon's fist, and the powerful force within it pushed the primal demon back again. Moreover, its fist cracked open. However, it merely cracked open on the surface and did not cause any bleeding. Conversely, Yang Yi's saber had been blasted away. Yang Yi stretched out his right hand in midair and caught the flying saber. Bang! Yang Yi took a step back while the space around him trembled. However, the powerful force within the saber had been completely nullified by him. Wang Area suddenly said, "He's pretty strong." Bai Jixian smiled. Previously, he wasn't even able to resist a single attack from that big fellow. When they just arrived within the Eternal Secret Realm, they hadn't even been able to fight back against this huge primal demon. But now, Yang Yi was able to fight it evenly. Moreover, it was at the true world realm at least. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly vanished in the sky, and then rays of blood-red saber energy flashed incessantly through the air. Every single one of them slammed heavily against the primal demon's body. The demon didn't just stand by idly. It ceaselessly slammed its fists into the air, and every single one of them caused the world to shake before it. Cracks gradually appeared on the primal demon's body. They were caused by a saber. More and more cracks were appearing, but not a single drop of blood flowed. It was obvious how thick its skin was. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded, and then the primal demon was pushed over 10 kilometers away. At the same time, Yang Yi stopped. The primal demon's body was covered in marks from his saber, but it hadn't really suffered any material damage. But at this moment, Yang Yi was clearly tired and refused to continue attacking. Wang Area suddenly said, "That big guy's skin is too thick." Bai Jixian glanced at it and said, "Ignore it. Let's go." She took Yang Yi and Wang Area's hands, and then she walked off toward the exit. It really wasn't necessary to get locked in battle with the primal demon. However, as they walked, Bai Jixian suddenly felt that something was off. She turned around swiftly, and the primal demon had actually followed them. However, it didn't attack anymore. Bai Jixian frowned. "What does it want?" Wang Area grinned. "Do you want me to ask for you?" Bai Jixian gazed at her. "Be careful." The latter nodded, and then she flashed over to the primal demon. "Big guy, what do you want? Do you want to fight? I'm telling you that you're no match for us. There's no need for that guy with the saber to fight you, just I can hammer you to death." The primal demon pointed at Yang Yi. "Sprite. Sprite." Wang Area blinked. "What do you mean? Can you be a little clearer?" The primal demon pointed at Yang Yi again. "Sprite. Sprite." Wang Area glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Do you want to go outside and play?" The primal demon remained silent. She pointed at it, pointed at Yang Yi, and said, "Do you want to go with him?" "Go out with him." It pointed at Yang Yi and said, "Sprite." Wang Area glanced at it and said, "How can you be so dumb? You shouldn't be like this. What did you eat all these years?" The primal demon remained silent. A long time later, she pointed at herself. "Become small, understand? Make yourself smaller." The primal demon fell silent for quite some time. Suddenly, its body shrunk a little. Wang Area's eyes lit up. "That's it. Become smaller, smaller." Just like that, in just a few dozen breaths of time, it had become a small demon around Wang Area's size. Bai Jixian was stunned by this scene. Meanwhile, Wang Area pointed at herself. Come with me, it'll take you to have some fun in the world outside. We'll return after we have our fun. Let's go. She turned around and went over to Yang Yi and Bai Jixian. Meanwhile, the small primal demon followed behind her. Bai Jixian was stunned for quite some time before she said, It, Wang Area replied. It wants to go outside and play with us. Let's go. Well, take it outside and bring it back in a few days. Bai Jixian was at a loss for words. Just like that, a small primal demon appeared behind their group that was once a group of 3. Chapter 23-22 Chopping Meat. Chapter 23-22 Chopping Meat. All along the way, Bai Jixian shot quite a few furtive glances at the small primal demon. It remained very quiet and just followed behind Wang Area. It didn't say anything or do anything. However, it frequently moved closer toward Yang Yi. Actually, she didn't really want the primal demon to come with them because she didn't know what it wanted. There was definitely a reason why it was following them. However, she still allowed it in the end. It was mainly because allowing it to follow them was better than it trying to follow them on its own. It didn't take long for her to stop. There was a glowing door not too far away from them. An eternal border was on the other side. Bai Jixian glanced at Yang Yi. No matter what awaits, we'll face it together. She took Yang Yi's hand and walked toward the door. Meanwhile, Wang Area exclaimed, and then she tapped her right foot down and transformed into an afterimage that entered the door. Bai Jixian's expression changed drastically. Area! She hurriedly pulled Yang Yi along and charged into the door. The primal demon gazed at the door and was slightly hesitant and fearful. A short while later, it glanced at the surroundings, and then walked slowly toward the door. When it almost arrived before the door, it suddenly sped up and shot straight through it. At an ethereal area, an ethereal figure was on one knee while one of its hands was pressed on its chest. The ethereal figure had been holding this same posture for a very, very long time. A long time passed before it slowly removed the hand on its chest. In an instant, a strand of blood seeped out. There was a small hole made from a sword there. A long time passed once again before it spoke softly. What a powerful sword! Crack! It seemed like something had shattered in the world, and the entire eternal secret realm shook violently. The ethereal figure was the spirit of the seal, and the seal around eternal secret realm had weakened slightly again. At a boundless mountain range in the rear mountains of Eternal Village, furious howls resounded from time to time. Sprite progenitor, sprite progenitor. The voice carried boundless rage and displeasure. It was Nine Hells Emperor. A sprite progenitor, one that hadn't matured fully. What did that represent? It represented endless possibilities. However, Nine Hells Emperor clearly wouldn't just let this go. Especially now that the seal had weakened slightly against Eternal Border. The experts of the 6 clans were still here in Eternal Immortal City, but their leader had changed from Wang Yun to Wang Yanxian. Wait! The Immortal Estate and the experts of the 6 clans were waiting for Yang Yi to come back outside. This time, they had dispatched all their experts, and their objective was to annihilate Yang Yi, truly annihilate him without giving him the slightest chance to survive. 7 true Void Realm experts and 17 true Tao Realm experts against a single progenitor. It was a situation that had never occurred in the past. Time trickled by. Suddenly, the portal trembled, and the experts here immediately opened their eyes. Everyone gazed at the portal. Especially Xuan Xing, there was undisguised killing intent in his eyes. The Xuan clan would never have peace while Yang Yi was alive. Just like that, they watched as a petite figure flashed out from there. All of them were stunned by the sight of this figure. It wasn't Yang Yi. It was Wang Area. Wang Area shook her head forcefully and muttered, "What the heck? I feel so dizzy." Meanwhile, Wang Yanxian suddenly said, "Who are you?" Wang Area shook her head and ignored Wang Yanxian. At this moment, her head was droning, and it felt terrible. Wang Yanxian's eyes narrowed slightly. He waved his right hand, and a blast of wind slammed at her. It was extremely swift, and instantly slammed against her. However, one area was completely unharmed. Conversely, the wind had been dispersed instead. The expressions of everyone here changed from the sight of this. Meanwhile, Wang area looked at Wang Yanxian. Why did you hit me? Wang Yanxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Who are you? Wang area suddenly raised her sleeves and said, I asked you why. Killing intent flashed through Wang Yanxian's eyes, and then he tapped his finger at her. A strand of powerful energy rippled out from the tip of his finger, and it instantly arrived in front of Wang area. Wang area was furious. She raised her hand and swung a punch. Bang! The energy was instantly blasted apart, and then she appeared in front of Wang Yanxian and swung another punch. Wang Yanxian's expression instantly changed when he saw her blast apart his attack. He knew had really underestimated his opponent. So, he immediately started taking her seriously, and a silver spear appeared in his grasp. A moment later, it shot toward her fist like rumbling thunder. As soon as they collided, Wang Yanxian's expression changed drastically. Everyone watched with astonishment as the silver spear cracked open, and Wang Yanxian was pushed back repeatedly. Everyone was shocked by this and gazed at Wang area. Meanwhile, Wang area patted her palms together and glared at Wang Yanxian. You think I'm easy to bully? Wang Yanxian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and gazed at her. Who are you? Wang area grunted coldly. Why do you care? Gloominess flashed through Wang Yanxian's eyes. Do you know who I am? I'm an elder of the immortal estate. Do you want to become enemies with my immortal estate? The immortal estate? Wang area frowned slightly and said, What the heck is that? Is it strong? Wang Yanxian felt speechless. Wang area ignored him and gazed at the door of light. Why aren't they here yet? Suddenly, the door of light shook, and everyone's gazes were drawn to it. In the city, a woman with a huge sword on her back suddenly stood up, and she gazed at the door of light. Time trickled by, and then two figures appeared here. The atmosphere here instantly became tense when they saw these figures clearly. It was because they were Yang Yi and Bai Jixian. Yang Yi! A solemn expression instantly appeared on Bai Zixian's face when she saw them. She'd guessed that there would be experts here, but she hadn't expected so many of them. 7 true Void Realm and 17 true Dao Realm experts. It could be said that practically all the experts of the 6 clans were here. You're finally here! Meanwhile, Wang area ran over to them and grumbled. That passageway made me so dizzy. Right. She pointed at Wang Yanxian. That fellow attacked me earlier. Bai Jixian glanced at Wang Yanxian, and she said, I didn't expect the immortal estate to be here too. Of course we are. Wang Yanxian laughed coldly. Bai Jixian, I'm really curious. Who gave you the gall to get together with Yang Yi? What? Is White Emperor City tired of living, or are you tired of living? You! Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Wang Yanxian when he appeared again. He was so swift that everyone here hadn't been able to react to it. Wang Yanxian was shocked. He overlapped his palms and slammed them forward swiftly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi drew the saber on his back and swung it down. Boom! Wang Yanxian was blasted away, over 10 kilometers away. In the end, he slammed against the city walls, and that part of the walls collapsed with him. Bang! Wang Yanxian slammed into the ground and blasted open a deep hole there. Wang Yanxian's entire body seemed like it had fallen apart, or it should be said that while he was still alive, his meridians were shattered. Moreover, his meridians weren't the only thing that had shattered, all his bones throughout his body had shattered as well. Had succeeded at stopping Yang Yi's attack just now, but the price was that both his bones and meridians had shattered. Besides that, his entire body was like cracked glass. While it hadn't shattered completely, it was covered in cracks, so blood was ceaselessly seeping out of them. In an instant, he was lying in a pool of blood. Everyone here was stunned by this scene. A saber. Didn't Yang Yi use the sword? This same question had appeared in the minds of all the experts from the 6 clans. Of course, the bigger question in their minds was when Yang Yi had become so strong? One strike. Yan Yi had completely crippled Wang Yanxian with just one strike. Wang Yanxian was a true Void Realm expert. When did true Void Realm experts become so weak? Everyone gazed at Yan Yi, and they felt that the man before them felt so unreal right now. Wang Area gulped, and then she returned to Bai Zixian's side. She knew that it was better to offend Yan Yi than ever offend Bai Jixian, because doing so would make him go berserk. In Eternal Village, even her grandfather would be absolutely polite to Bai Jixian, and even Butcher and the slovenly old man did the same. They couldn't speak loudly to her because if they did, Yan Yi would immediately draw his saber. Suddenly, Yan Yi appeared in front of Wang Yanxian, and then he swung his saber down at Wang Yanxian's head. Wang Yanxian's eyes almost split apart from terror. "No!" Hiss! His body was chopped into two, and blood sprayed in all directions. However, that wasn't the end of it. Yan Yi swung the saber again. Hiss! Wang Yanxian's corpse was chopped into 4 pieces. Blood sprayed once more. But Yan Yi still didn't stop and chopped again. Hiss! 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 The sound of chopping resounded incessantly. Wang Area gulped. He's imitating Butcher chopping meat. Chapter 23 Instant Kills. Chapter 23 Instant Kills. Chopping meat. Wang Area had watched Butcher chop meat, and it was just like what Yan Yi was doing this very moment. But Yan Yi wasn't chopping any animal meat, it was human meat. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent, and only the sound of chopping could be heard. Bai Jixian gazed at Yan Yi but didn't stop him. Because she was very well aware of what awaited them if they fell into the Immortal Estate's hands. If he didn't act ruthlessly against them, they would be ruthless to him. In just a short while, Wang Yanxian had been transformed into a pile of mush. True human mush! The experts of the 6 clans were surprisingly calm before such a scene, and no one knew what they were thinking. Yan Yi wasn't the same Yan Yi they knew. They didn't know what had experienced in Eternal Secret Realm, but there was one thing that they were certain about: Yan Yi wasn't the same Yan Yi they knew. Yan Yi could simply be described as unfathomable right now. Everyone! Suddenly, Xuan Xing stepped forward. Are you thinking of giving up? They gazed at him. He laughed coldly and continued. If we don't eliminate him now, would we have a chance in the future? If we don't join forces now, shall we wait for him to attack and destroy us one by one? Or perhaps you think he'll spare us? All of their expressions gradually turned icy cold. Just as Xuan Xing said, they actually had no other choice. Either Yang Yi or they died. Because even if they begged for mercy from him, Yang Yi wouldn't spare them. Either Yang Yi or they had to die. Once they thought up to this point, their hesitance vanished and was replaced by determination to kill. Practically all their experts were here, so it was the best time to kill Yang Yi. So, when they gazed at him again, there was undisguised icy cold killing intent in their eyes. Yang Yi stopped. A pile of mush was beneath his feet. He walked over to Bai Jixian while holding Invincible in his grasp. Xuan Xing glanced at Bai Jixian and said, Patriarchs, kill Yang Yi with me. The rest of you capture Bai Jixian. As soon as he gave the order, the 6 true Void Realm experts' auras swept out and slammed down upon Yang Yi. They planned to suppress him with their auras. At the same time, all 6 of them followed behind their auras. How terrifying were the joint forces of 6 true Void Realm experts. Just their auras could make Eternal Immortal City tremble. They didn't hold back and clearly wanted to annihilate Yang Yi with absolute strength. Yang Yi's face was calm as he stood in front of Bai Jixian. When their auras arrived around an inch away, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed Invincible with both hands and swung it. Bang! Their auras were instantly chopped apart, and the powerful might of his attack forced all 6 of them to a stop. Meanwhile, the 17 other true Dao Realm experts had charged at them. Their target was Bai Jixian. Bai Zixian's face was calm and completely unaffected by this. Suddenly Yang Yi hurled Invincible at those 17 experts. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed. The true Tao realm expert who led the charge wasn't able to dodge it, and he was immediately chopped into two. Meanwhile, Yan Yi had appeared in front of Invincible. He grabbed it with both hands, took a stride forward, and then slashed. Hiss! Another true Tao realm expert was instantly obliterated. He didn't even have room to fight back. Once he swung that attack, Yan Yi released Invincible and kicked the back of the blade with his right foot. Hiss! Invincible instantly tore through the air. A drastic change occurred in the expression of the true Tao realm expert who just charged over to Yan Yi, and he swiftly stabbed his spear forward. It carried his full strength because he was very well aware that he would die if he couldn't resist this attack. However, despair filled him at the instant his spear came into contact with Yan Yi's saber. Bang! The spear exploded apart, and a ray of blood red flashed. Hiss! That true Tao realm expert was instantly chopped into two, and blood accompanied by internal organs sprayed. Capture by Jixien! Suddenly, Xuan Xing howled with fury, and then he charged at Bai Jixien with the other true Void Realm experts. Their auras completely locked down the space around the area she resided in. One area blinked and was about to attack. However, Yan Yi suddenly appeared in front of Bai Jixien. Xuan Xing and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw Yang Yi, but they didn't choose to shrink back. They couldn't do that at a time like this. Meanwhile, Yan Yi slowly moved his legs toward both sides, and then he swung the saber. Bang! As soon as it descended, Xuan Xing and the others were instantly pushed backward. Meanwhile, Yan Yi stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the air. It shot into the clouds, and then a strand of powerful pressure appeared throughout Eternal Immortal City. It was absolutely destructive pressure. The expressions of all the experts from the 6 clans turned extremely unsightly. Yan Yi was actually this strong. Suddenly, a beam of saber energy that was around 3 kilometers long descended from the clouds. Life isolation. While it was more than 10 times smaller than before, its might was much greater. It had been condensed. After he condensed its strength, not only had it grown stronger, it was faster to execute too. Of course, that only applied to him because his strength was limited, so he had to condense it. The expressions of everyone here changed upon catching sight of the saber energy. The world was chopped into two. Xuan Xing's expression changed drastically. He and the other 5 patriarchs grouped up. Bang! 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 5 towering palms accompanied by powerful auras surged up into the air toward the saber energy. Boom! The palms were instantly obliterated, while the auras vanished without a trace. The saber energy descended straight down. All 6 of them were horrified. They didn't attack again and just fled from the spot. The saber energy struck the ground. Boom! Eternal Immortal City was instantly chopped into 2. Yan Yi descended to the ground by Zixian's side. His countenance was slightly pale as that attack had exhausted a huge amount of his strength. Yan Yi gazed at Xuan Xing, and the latter's expression changed drastically. He immediately ordered, "Retreat!" He turned around and fled once he finished speaking. The true Tao realm experts of the Xuan clan followed behind him. Earlier, he didn't have a clear understanding of Yan Yi's strength. As far as he was concerned, no matter how heaven-defying Yan Yi was, it was impossible for Yan Yi to resist so many experts after such a short amount of time in the Eternal Secret Realm. Thus, in his opinion, they had a chance to annihilate Yan Yi. But now it seemed like had been dreaming. Yan Yi wasn't an existence that true Void Realm experts could resist. So, had decisively chosen to flee. Xuan Xing wasn't the only one, the other patriarchs had immediately decided to flee as well. However, Yan Yi didn't choose to let the matter rest. He hurled his saber at the closest true Tao realm expert. It tore through the air. A ray of blood-red saber energy flashed from behind the head of a true Tao realm expert. Hiss! That true Tao realm expert was instantly sliced into 2. But that wasn't the end of it. Yan Yi stomped his right foot down and transformed into an afterimage that vanished into the sky. Hiss! 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 In an instant, shrill cries resounded incessantly through the sky, and accompanying those shrill cries were bloody heads that rained down from the sky. The true Tao realm. All the true Tao realm experts from the 6 clans had perished. However, their patriarchs had escaped. If Yan Yi went after them, he could catch up to a true Void realm expert, but he didn't. He chose to kill these true Tao realm experts. Because they were easy to kill. Blood dyed the ground red. Yan Yi descended before Bai Jixian, and Invincible seemed even more bloody than before. Moreover, the blood in the surroundings suddenly converged to it, and the remnants of those dead experts' souls and their resentment were absorbed by the vengeful spirits within Invincible's handle. So long as lives were taken in battle, Invincible and the vengeful spirits would grow stronger. Especially the vengeful spirits. The more baleful energy and resentment they absorbed, the stronger they would get. Meanwhile, the door of light behind them trembled, and then they watched as the small primal demon ran out from within it. One Arya ran over to the small primal demon and patted it on the head. "Big guy, you only arrived after the battle is over? Seriously?" The primal demon felt speechless. Suddenly, Bai Jixian looked to the side. A woman in a linen dress and a huge sword on her back was walking slowly in their direction. Bai Jixian frowned slightly at the sight of her. It was Jian Yu. She had witnessed the entire battle, and she was extremely shocked right now. Yan Yi had changed too much. Bai Jixian asked. "Who are you?" Jian Yu glanced at Bai Jixian and said, "They asked me to come here and help restore his consciousness." Restore his consciousness. Bai Zixian's expression changed slightly. "Why you can do that?" Jian Yu glanced at Yan Yi and nodded. "I can use a secret technique to improve his sword intent to the true Tao realm. When it temporarily attains the true Tao realm, it may be able to suppress his madness intent. If it succeeds, his consciousness will be restored." Suddenly, Bai Jixian said, "I refuse." Jian Yu gazed at Bai Jixian, but the latter ignored her. She just took Yan Yi and Wang Arya's hands, and then she started walking off into the distance. However, it only took a while for her to stop because Jian Yu had appeared before her. Jian Yu asked, "Why?" Bai Jixian held tightly onto Yan Yi's hand. "Move aside!" Jian Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she had placed her hand on her sword's hilt. However, Yan Yi suddenly drew his saber and swung it at Jian Yu. The huge sword behind Jian Yu immediately shot forward. Bang! Saber and sword collided, and the space before them exploded apart. However, both of them hadn't been pushed back at all. Bai Jixian stared at Jian Yu. "Arya, if she attacks again, then kill her for me. All right?" Arya blinked, and then glanced at Jian Yu. "All right." She naturally took Bai Zixian's side. Because her grandfather had told her to stay with Yan Yi and Bai Jixian, and to treat them as friends. Jian Yu gazed at Bai Jixian. "Why?" Bai Jixian closed her eyes slowly. "I just don't want him to leave. Don't force my hand." Chapter 23-24 Just kill. Chapter 23-24 Just kill. He has other loved ones. Meanwhile, Jian Yu spoke solemnly. "Have you thought about them? Loved ones." Bai Zixian's figure stiffened. Jian Yu lowered her sword and moved aside. She said, "You must understand that he can't be like this forever. This is never really him. Moreover, if he recovers his consciousness in the future and knows that you stopped me today, what would he do then?" Bai Jixian fell silent. Suddenly, Yan Yi appeared in front of Jian Yu, and then he swung invincible at her. Space was slashed open beneath it. Jian Yu didn't fear it at all, and she suddenly drew the huge sword on her back and swung it. The saber and sword collided. Bang! The ground collapsed. Meanwhile, Jian Yu relaxed her grip, and then she placed her right hand on her waist and moved slightly. A ray of sword energy instantly arrived before Yan Yi's chest. It was swift like a bolt of lightning. Right at this instant, Jian Yu's expression changed slightly, and she twisted her right foot against the ground. Hiss! An afterimage appeared over 100 m away. It was Jian Yu. She looked down at her stomach, and there was a faint mark there. Meanwhile, a saber that flickered between being visible and invisible was in Yan Ye's grasp, but there was a hole in his chest. Jian Yu's sword had pierced through his body with ease. Jian Yu looked up at Yan Yi. Looks like you obtained quite a few fortuitous encounters in the eternal secret realm. Yan Yi was about to attack, but Bai Jixian suddenly said, That's enough. Yan Yi gazed at her, and she walked over to him and smiled. I was too greedy. She's right, you can't stay like this. You have so much to do. She gazed at Jian Yu and continued. I apologize for what happened earlier. Jian Yu put her sword away, and then she walked over to Yan Yi. She sized up Yan Yi and said, His madness intent has been suppressed, and that is a good thing for us. However, he must cooperate. So long as he does, his sword intent will be able to rise to the true Tao realm, and only then will he be able to use the sword intent to revive his consciousness, and regain his consciousness completely. Bai Jixian nodded, and then she gazed at Yan Yi. She walked over to him, slowly held his face, and she seemed to be slightly transfixed as she gazed at him. The scenes of the past flashed incessantly through her mind. A long time passed before she grinned. Let's begin. Jian Yu nodded, walked over to Yan Yi, and placed her right hand on his forehead. Bang! A powerful strand of sword energy suddenly surged into Yan Yi, and then Yan Yi's eyes instantly opened wide. It didn't take long for a strand of powerful intent to charge out of Yan Yi's body, the madness intent. Once it appeared, Jian Yu's sword intent was obstructed, and the madness intent was even madly attacking her sword intent. Jian Yu suddenly said, Tell him to summon his sword intent. Bai Jixian nodded and gazed at Yan Yi. Sword intent, summon your sword intent. Sword intent! Yan Yi's body suddenly shook violently, and his sword intent that had been suppressed deep within his body by the madness intent abruptly started to move. The madness intent immediately grew agitated upon sensing this. Bang! A wave of powerful madness intent slammed down at Jian Yu. It wanted to kill her. Jian Yu frowned slightly and tapped her finger lightly, causing a ray of sword energy to flash. Hiss! The madness intent was instantly sliced open. It was just a form of intent, and without Yan Yi's support, its strength was limited. Now, it could be said that Yan Yi and Jian Yu were jointly suppressing it. Sword intent gradually appeared around Yan Yi as they jointly suppressed the madness intent. It was faint, but it was there. However, Invincible suddenly shook violently, and then countless vengeful spirits surged out, and they swiftly charged at Yan Yi. Jian Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she swung her sword. It instantly blasted the vengeful spirits away, but it only took a moment for them to charge at Yan Yi once more. Moreover, Yan Yi's body had started to tremble even more. Jian Yu frowned at the sight of this, and she gazed at Bai Jixian. You deal with them. Bai Jixian nodded, and then she charged at the vengeful spirits. Bang! However, she was immediately pushed back. The vengeful spirits were about to attack again when Yan Yi suddenly waved his right hand, and all of them immediately appeared before his palm. However, he didn't absorb them, and he clenched his fist and swung a punch instead. Bang! The vengeful spirits were blasted away, and sorrowful howls resounded incessantly. At this moment, the vengeful spirits didn't dare to charge at Yan Yi anymore, but they didn't leave either. They just roamed silently nearby. At this moment, they seemed to have understood who was the true master. Without the vengeful spirits to help it, the madness intent was instantly anxious. It didn't continue attacking Jian Yu, and it surged back into Yan Yi's body and started to affect Yan Yi's mind. However, Yan Yi's sword intent was growing stronger and stronger. Coupled with Bai Jixian's presence, he wasn't affected by the madness intent. Everything was developing towards a good outcome, but Jian Yu's face gradually changed. It was because the madness intent had started to run wild. Yan Yi wasn't able to fully suppress it. After all, he hadn't regained full clarity of his mind yet. Yan Yi frowned while he seemed visibly in pain. Bai Jixian was shocked by this scene and was about to speak, but the madness intent suddenly started igniting itself. Bai Jixian was horrified and hurriedly said, "Stop." Jian Yu's expression had changed slightly as well. She hadn't expected the madness intent to ignite itself. If it ignited itself, then Yang Yi would have to pay the biggest price. Obviously, it had chosen to take everyone down with it. A moment of silence ensued, and then Jian Yu was about to stop. However, her hand suddenly trembled, and then she gazed at Yang Yi while a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. "What?" Bang! A ray of red light surged out from Yang Yi. Slaughter intent. Once the slaughter intent surged up into the air, a strand of sword intent struggled free of the madness intent's suppression, and surged out of Yang Yi as well. Bai Jixian and Jian Yu watched with astonishment as the two intents pounced at the madness intent. At this moment, Yang Yi's sword intent had risen to the true Dao realm with Jian Yu's help, so when it joined forces with his slaughter intent and pounced at the madness intent was instantly in trouble. The slaughter intent and sword intent had been enemies before this, irreconcilable enemies, and they'd fought each other for a long time. But at this moment, they'd actually joined forces. It was obvious how much they hated the madness intent. The madness intent had sealed them up for so long, so how could they just let it go? Just like that, the two of them watched with astonishment as the slaughter intent and sword intent suppressed the madness intent into Yan Yi's body. Yan Yi's body gradually stopped trembling. Jian Yu withdrew her hand and gazed at Yang Yi. Bai Jixian was looking at him too. Yan Yi's eyes were closed tight, and his body was trembling lesser and lesser. Just like that, a long time passed before he finally calmed down completely. At the same time, the slaughter intent and sword intent returned into his body. They'd returned within him. Bai Zixian's hands were clenched tight. She'd allowed Yang Yi to recover his consciousness, but she had never thought about how she would face Yang Yi once that happened. After all, they had been enemies before Yang Yi lost consciousness. Bai Jixian and Jian Yu watched as Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Bai Jixian stared at him. At this moment, she felt like her heart was on the verge of jumping out of her chest. Meanwhile, Yang Yi closed his eyes again, fell silent for a short while, and then turned around and walked away. Bai Jixian couldn't help but call out to him. "Yang Yi!" Yang Yi stopped. "She's dead. I'm sorry for being unable to engage in any intimacy at a time like this. Wait for me." Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Bai Jixian suddenly started laughing. It wasn't laughter of despair, it was heartfelt happiness. Jian Yu gazed at her and felt quite a bit of confusion. Bai Jixian looked up at the sky and spoke softly. "That's what a man should be like. The man I like." At this moment, Jian Yu finally seemed to understand a little. If a man could be heartless to another woman, it represented that he was very likely to be capable of being heartless to you. Jian Yu glanced at her and said, "Come back to the sword ruins with me." Bai Jixian asked. "Why?" She replied softly. "The immoral estate may act against you, and use you against him." Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment and nodded. Just like that, they went to the sword ruins. Meanwhile, Snowy was the first to appear before Jian Yu, and then it was Sword Scroll, Su Qinshi, and the others. As soon as she saw Snowy, Wang Aria's eyes lit up, and then she kept sizing up Snowy with curiosity. Meanwhile, the small primal demon started walking slowly in Snowy's direction. However, Snowy ignored both of them, flew over to Jian Yu, and started waving her claws. Jian Yu glanced at Snowy and said, "He has recovered." Snowy's eyes lit up, and then she hugged Jian Yu and kissed her. Jian Yu was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Snowy patted the sword gourd, and then they transformed into a ray of sword energy that shot into the sky. Sword Scroll hurriedly followed after Snowy. Meanwhile, One Area and the small primal demon quickly followed them as well. Seer was about to stop them, but Jian Yu spoke softly. "There's no need to worry. Even a true world realm expert won't be able to do anything to her while that young girl and small ox demon are with her. Moreover, he may need their help." The 6 clans have existed for so many years, so they definitely have their own trump cards. Zier hesitated for a moment and nodded. The Xiuan clan. Initial city. Suddenly, a man with a large saber on his back appeared near the city. He had an emotionless expression on his face as he walked slowly toward the city. Meanwhile, Xuan Xing appeared on the city walls and stared at Yan Yi. Yan Yi you. Suddenly, Yan Yi drew the saber on his back and looked up at Xuan Xing. I'm not here to speak about anything today. I'm just here to kill. Kill until there's no one left in Initial City. Chapter 23-25 I'll count to 3. Chapter 23-25 I'll count to 3. Just here to kill. Xuan Xing's eyes narrowed slightly while the desire to kill gradually formed within them. There was no room for reconciliation in this matter. Rumble. Meanwhile, the ground outside the city started to shake, and then it cracked open beneath Yan Yi's feet. At the same time, the entire sky had dimmed down. The stars were visible. A huge stellar formation had appeared in the distant sky above, and countless strands of stellar energy were ceaselessly converging toward the formation from deep within the starry sky. Boom! A wave of endless pressure swept out from above. Along with the ceaseless descent of stellar energy, the pressure grew stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Yan Yi's feet had cracked open, and countless torrents of lava surged up into the air. An instant later, Yan Yi had been enveloped within lava. Rumble! The ground shook violently while earthen energy converged incessantly toward Yan Yi. Besides that, countless pillars of light surged up into the sky from within the city. It didn't take long for a huge vortex of light to appear in the sky above the city. Countless strands of powerful energy were converging incessantly into the vortex of light. The source of the energy was naturally the experts of the Xiuan clan. It could be said that their entire clan had joined this battle. Xuan Xing didn't dare to be even a little bit careless or underestimate Yan Yi at all. Formations. Xuan Xing was very well aware that Yan Yi wouldn't let the matter rest. So, as soon as he returned to the city, had started to get the formations ready. It was the strongest formation of the Xiuan clan, and it was called the Convergence Formation. It converged the energy of the paths of the heaven, earth, and man. The heaven naturally referred to the stellar energy, the earth referred to the earthen energy, and man referred to the energy of man. Of course, it was just the Xiuan clan now. The Xiuan clan wasn't able to make everyone throughout Eternal Border help them strengthen their formation. Even then, the formation was still extremely terrifying. It could be said that even a true world realm expert would find it difficult to escape from. Xuan Xing gazed indifferently at Yan Yi from above the city walls. Didn't you want to kill? Come, let me see how you do that. He waved his right hand lightly once he finished speaking. The huge circle of light in the city suddenly shook violently, and then a beam of white light that was around 300 m wide shot through the sky and slammed down at Yan Yi. The powerful energy it carried caused the world around it to turn ethereal. The strength of the entire Xiuan clan. Outside the city, Yan Yi's face was calm. Suddenly, his sleeves exploded apart, and a wave of mysterious energy instantly converged on them. Profound primal energy. The veins throughout Yan Yi's arms bulged. Suddenly, Yan Yi took a stride forward while holding Invincible in his grasp, and then he swung it. Hiss! A blood-red ray of saber energy descended from above Yan Yi. Meanwhile, the huge beam of light had arrived. However, the blood-red saber energy instantly sliced it apart and tore through the air. Bang! The entire city walls rumbled and collapsed. Suddenly, the lava and flames around Yan Yi collapsed upon him. Boom! Boom! 2 types of intent swept out from within him. It was his slaughter intent and sword intent, of course. Under Yan Yi's command, they rippled toward the surroundings. At the same time, he launched a sweeping swipe with Invincible using both hands. Bang! Explosions resounded incessantly around Yan Yi while the lava and flames around him were completely blasted apart. Xuan Xing's expression became unsightly from the sight of this. How strong is Yan Yi? Suddenly, Yang Yi slammed his huge saber against the ground. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed in layers. In just a few breaths of time, a huge expanse of the ground with Yang Yi at its center had been transformed into an enormous abyss. Yang Yi's strike had completely obliterated all the earthen energy. Kill! Meanwhile, Xuan Xing's furious howl resounded from the sky, and then beam after beam of light surged at Yang Yi from the vortex of light in the city. At the same time, the enormous stellar formation in the sky suddenly started trembling, and then an ethereal palm of stellar energy crashed down from there. Rumble! The entire world started to tremble. Yang Yi looked up, and then he moved around 3 kilometers back. He grabbed Invincible in midair and charged upward, and then a huge 3 kilometers long beam of saber energy slashed down from the clouds. Life isolation. The saber energy was blood red, and endless slaughter intent surrounded it. Besides that, the energy of countless vengeful spirits were at the tip of it. Once he regained consciousness, he was able to control all his strength. The saber energy tore through the air and left behind a long pitch-black rift in the sky. Moreover, the rift was growing in size. Meanwhile, the huge ethereal palm was instantly chopped into 2, and the beams of light were instantly obliterated as well. However, Yang Yi's saber energy had exploded apart as well and transformed into countless fragments of energy that descended from the sky. Suddenly, Yang Yi took a step back with his right foot, and then he hurled Invincible forward. Hiss! It tore through the sky and space was torn open like paper in its wake. In the sky above Initial City, Xuan Xing's eyes narrowed slightly as he clenched both his fists. However, he didn't choose to attack in the end and just allowed the saber to slam against the vortex of light. Boom! The vortex of light exploded apart, and a powerful aftershock rippled out, throwing the entire city into a mess. Some of the cultivators who were closer to the vortex instantly died horrible deaths. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the blood-red saber suddenly shot up into the air from within the city and returned to Yang Yi. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down, and the space beneath him collapsed as he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that surged up into the sky to the huge formation up there. Countless experts from the Xuan clan watched from below as Yang Yi swung his saber. Bang! The sky shook violently, and then the entire formation rumbled and collapsed. Countless stars soundlessly vanished, and the entire sky returned to normal once more. Bang! A ray of blood-red light crashed down from above. A moment later, a figure descended not too far away from the city. It was Yang Yi. The experts throughout the entire city had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces when they saw Yang Yi. At this moment, how strong was he? No one knew. The world returned to calm. In the sky above the city, Xuan Xing stared at Yang Yi. He didn't say a word because nothing would make a difference at this moment. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "If you still don't lend a hand, then my Xuan clan's fate will be yours soon." The surroundings remained silent. A ghastly cold smile curled up on Xuan Xing's lips when he witnessed this. He was about to say something when 2 powerful auras came from far away in the sky. At this moment, everyone looked up at those 2 auras. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly instead, and the saber in his grasp was brilliant red. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man and an old man to appear in the sky above Initial City. There was a small character on both their left chests. Experts from the Immortal Estate. Moreover, they were true World Realm experts. 2 true World Realm experts. Xuan Xing heaved a sigh of relief from the sight of this. He knew the Xuan clan wouldn't be forced to a corner. The space here suddenly shook, and then 5 more people appeared in the sky above the city. They were the patriarch of the other clans. Xuan Xing laughed coldly in his heart upon seeing them. Had noticed they were hiding in the shadows from the beginning, but they refused to show themselves. Now, they'd immediately shown themselves when the experts of the Immortal Estate had arrived. Needless to say, they'd shown themselves because they saw a chance to kill Yang Yi. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shown themselves even if Yang Yi slaughtered the entire Xuan clan. The old man glanced at the patriarchs of the other clans and gazed at Yang Yi. "You're Yang Yi, huh?" Yang Yi closed his eyes and remained silent. There was a brilliant violet crystal in his grasp. An eternal crystal. It was something Butcher and the others had given them before they left. The old man frowned when he saw Yang Yi remain silent. Yang Yi, you even dared to kill members of my immortal estate. I'm really curious, who gave you the gall to do that? You! Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he hurled his saber at the old man. Hiss! The saber tore through everything before it. Invincible was extremely swift, and instantly arrived before the old man. The old man's expression changed slightly because he hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually attack abruptly. However, his reaction wasn't slow at all. He immediately twisted his right palm slightly and grabbed at it, instantly grabbing a hold of Invincible. But the old man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. The old man was shocked because Yang Yi's strength far exceeded his expectations. But that wasn't even the end of it. As soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi appeared in front of him, causing the old man to be shocked. A moment later, a wave of powerful pressure swept out from him. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded. Actually, if one listened carefully, one would notice that it was 2 sword howls. A beam of sword energy descended. Hiss! It sounded like something here had been sliced open. A breath of time later, Yang Yi was behind the old man, and Invincible was on his back. As for his right hand, he was holding a pitch-black sword there. Yang Yi put the sword down, and the old man instantly cracked open behind him. Blood and internal organs sprayed all over. The surroundings were deathly silent. 2 more eternal crystals appeared in Yang Yi's grasps, and then he gazed at the other true world realm expert from the immortal estate. I'll count to 3. I don't want to see you when I'm done, alright? 1, 2. Chapter 23-26 Think slowly, I'll kill slowly. Chapter 23-26 Think slowly, I'll kill slowly. 3. As soon as Yang Yi counted to 3, the others watched with astonishment as the true world expert of the immortal estate turned around and vanished into the sky. Head fled. The patriarchs of the 6 clans had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. A dignified true world realm expert from the immortal estate had fled just like that. Fled without fighting. Was it an embarrassment? Of course. However, they were actually very well aware that they would have done the same. One attack. Yang Yi had killed a true world realm expert with just a single attack. Yang Yi's saber had been too overbearing and powerful to the point that they'd unconsciously forgotten that Yang Yi was a sword cultivator too. In the past, his sword was what instilled the most fear in them. Yang Yi's saber was very terrifying, but his sword was worse. Fool! Meanwhile, Xuan Xing suddenly started laughing. A dignified true Dao realm expert is actually foolish to such an extent. Everyone gazed at him. Xuan Xing gazed at Yang Yi. If I'm not wrong, you didn't have much profound energy left within you, right? Such a powerful sword technique like that doesn't just exhaust a great amount of physical and mental strength, it does the same for profound energy too. Otherwise, based on your character, you wouldn't have let him leave, right? The others felt instantly enlightened by this. Profound energy. Yang Yi had instantly killed a true Dao realm expert just now. However, if he could casually execute such a powerful sword technique, then would he have allowed that true world realm expert to leave? Simply speaking, if that true world realm expert didn't leave and join forces with them, they would be very likely to be able to kill Yang Yi. Yet now, Yang Yi had clearly recovered slightly. They missed the best opportunity to kill Yang Yi. Besides Xuan Xing, the other patriarchs exchanged glances. In the end, the patriarch of the Han Yuan clan, Han Yuanlin, stepped forward. Yang Yi, Miss An's fate has nothing to do with our clans. If we withdraw now, can we let bygones be bygones? Since they couldn't kill him, they could only seek reconciliation. Let bygones be bygones, Yang Yi replied indifferently. If you had the strength to kill me, would you do that? Just like a moment ago, the only reason you showed yourself was because you thought that 2 true world realm experts from the immortal estate would be enough to annihilate me, right? What? Now you want peace? Han Yuanlin spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, you take one step back, and so will we. We can all remain at peace. Why fight to the death? Ha! Yang Yi suddenly roared with laughter. Take a step back. All right, I'm willing to do that. I'll spare your clans if everyone who hunted me is dead. Right, the first to die should be all of you. So, are you willing to sacrifice yourselves for your own clans? Yang Yi. Han Yuanlin stared at Yang Yi. Do you really want to fight us to the death? Until only one of us. Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down, and then he appeared in front of Han Yuanlin. The latter's expression changed drastically from the sight of this, and he clenched both his fists and slammed them forward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi grabbed Invincible with both hands and slammed it down. It seemed like it would slam open a hole in the world. Boom! At the instant Yang Yi's saber descended, Han Yuanlin's figure was blasted away, and he collapsed inch by inch in midair before finally transforming into a pile of blood mist. No one lent him a hand. If they had joined forces just now, then their joint forces would have been able to stop Yang Yi's attack. But no one stepped forward. Not only had none stepped forward, besides Xuanxing, all the others had vanished into the sky when Yang Yi's attack crushed Han Yuanlin. They'd fled. The patriarchs of all four clans had decisively chosen to flee. As for Xuanxing, he couldn't. Yang Yi rested the saber on his shoulder as he looked up at Xuanxing. Didn't you say that you wanted to see how I'll kill? Now watch properly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi slammed Invincible at the city in the distance. Hiss! A blood-red ray of saber energy tore through the air and entered the city. Boom! In an instant, the entire city was slashed into two. At the same time, the countless cultivators in the city who'd been providing energy into the formation earlier were obliterated beneath this attack. Countless sharp and shrill cries resounded incessantly throughout the city. At the same time, countless strands of blood, resentment, and souls surged up into the sky and converged into Invincible. A demonic saber. Xuanxing gazed coldly at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you've taken the path of slaughter, and you hold an inhumane demonic saber. You'll suffer a terrible end in the future. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swung his saber again. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light entered the city, and then countless shrill cries resounded once more. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's Invincible had grown an even brighter red. A demonic saber? Yang Yi laughed with ridicule. If I use it to kill, it is a demonic saber. If I use it to save, it is a peerlessly righteous saber. Yang Yi was about to attack again once he finished speaking, but a wave of terrifying pressure suddenly seeped out of Initial City. Yang Yi looked down. There was a statue before a hall in the city. At this moment, the statue had suddenly started trembling, and then an ethereal figure gradually floated out of there. Ancestor. Countless people throughout the city bowed in unison upon seeing this figure. The ethereal figure was the Initial Emperor who'd once led them from the large universe all the way to eternal border. Of course, it was clearly not his main body. Initial Emperor didn't look old, he looked like a middle-aged man. He wore a black robe and kept his hands behind his back while a dignified air was exuded from him. As soon as he appeared, the entire world trembled as if it couldn't endure him. In the city, countless experts of the Xuan clan howled wildly with joy. The Initial Emperor's arrival had undoubtedly given them hope. Xuanxing heaved a sigh of relief as well. Had been quite worried earlier. Had been worried the Initial Emperor wouldn't show himself. Because unless the Initial Emperor showed himself, Xuanxing had no way to contact the Initial Emperor. Actually, it wasn't an issue of being unable to, the problem was he didn't even know how. This ancestor of theirs had just vanished abruptly, and even he had never met the Initial Emperor in the past. Now, the Xuan clan was in a moment of danger, and the Initial Emperor had appeared once more in Initial City like this. The Initial Emperor glanced at the surroundings. In the end, he gazed at Yang Yi, sized up Yang Yi, and then nodded slightly. A body at the true Tao realm, and cultivating in both the sword and saber. While you're at the progenitor realm, you can kill true world realm experts. Needless to say, The younger generation always gives birth to even greater talents. Yang Yi gazed at the initial emperor. If you don't bring your main body here, I'm going to slaughter your entire clan. The initial emperor grinned. No clan can prosper forever. When I left, I expected all sorts of possibilities for the clan. However, I still wished to know the reason for everything. He gazed at Xuanxing and continued. Tell me. Xuanxing hesitated for a moment, and told the initial emperor everything. 3 divine treasures! The initial emperor spoke softly. Even the primordial acts of creation that I sealed myself has come over here? He gazed at Xuanxing and continued. You didn't do anything wrong. If you have the opportunity, you naturally should fight for such divine treasures. However, using a woman to threaten him is below you. You're a true Void Realm expert at any rate. Don't you have a little pride after cultivating to such a level? Xuanxing lowered his head slightly. Thank you for your guidance. However, we didn't kill her. Suddenly, a powerful aura enveloped Xuanxing, and the latter gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked him in the eye and asked, She isn't dead? Xuanxing gazed at Yang Yi and said, My Xuan clan's elder encountered a middle-aged man while bringing her back here. That middle-aged man saved her. She'd been saved. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Then why did you lie to me and say that you killed her? Xuanxing replied indifferently. It was just a casual remark. I never imagined that a woman would be so important to you. How laughable! Actually, he really hadn't expected that a woman would be so important to Yang Yi. After the incident between them, had never thought about telling Yang Yi that she was still alive either. Why? Because all he wanted was to eliminate Yang Yi. At that time, all 6 clans were pursuing Yang Yi, so how could he possibly try to explain about a Nanjing to Yang Yi? Moreover, at that time, Yang Yi had gone mad, so nothing he said would have made a difference. However, he hadn't expected that casual remark of his would have caused his clan to fall to this state. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Do you know who he was? Xuanxing replied indifferently. I don't know. Hiss. Suddenly, a ray of brilliant saber energy tore through the sky and shot into the city below. Initial Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, and he tapped a finger forward. Bang! Yang Yi's saber energy exploded apart. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared above the initial Emperor, and then a black sword descended directly at him. The sword domain. It wasn't 1 but 2 overlapped attacks. Boom! Countless watched as the initial Emperor was blasted out of the city. At the same time, his figure grew even more ethereal as if it would vanish at any moment. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swung his saber toward the surroundings. Hiss! A ray of saber energy swept through the area and countless shrill cries resounded. Yang Yi! Xuanxing howled with fury. However, Yang Yi didn't stop, and he just swung his saber down once more. Bang! The space in an area of 1 kilometer on Yang Yi's right collapsed in an instant, and countless cultivators of the Xuan clan exploded apart. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on his face and said, It's fine. Think slowly, it'll kill slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed off into the distance with Invincible in his grasp. Chapter 23-27 Death. Chapter 23-27 Death. Everywhere Yang Yi's saber passed, only corpses remained throughout the city. Blood converged incessantly toward Yang Yi's saber. At this point, the bloody aura Invincible emanated was simply impossible to describe with words. Moreover, its might was ceaselessly growing as more and more blood converged into it. He was from the large universe. Suddenly, Xuanxing howled with fury, and his voice was trembling. In Initial City. Bang! Yang Yi suddenly stopped. He stabbed his saber in the ground, and it cracked open. After that, he looked up at Xuanxing. Go on! Xuanxing stared at Yang Yi. He seemed to recognize her, and that was why I had rescued her. My clan investigated him, and we confirmed that he really is from the large universe. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. I think I know who it was. So, can we let the matter rest now? The initial emperor spoke abruptly. Yang Yi gazed at the initial emperor. What do you think? Initial emperor walked over to Yang Yi. This is just a strand of my wool, so I can't do anything to you with it. However, I think matters between men shouldn't extend to the family. Don't you think so too? Yang Yi didn't say a word in response, and he just gazed at Xuan Xing. Shall I, or will you do it yourself? Initial emperor's eyes narrowed slightly while he slowly clenched his fists. Suddenly, Xuan Xing chuckled. Yang Yi, you don't have to do it. My clan lost this battle, and I lost. We accept this defeat, and so do I. However, I still want to experience your strength before I die. Let me see how strong the number one genius of the large universe is. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan Xing's body started to burn. Soul ignition. As his soul burned, his aura grew increasingly stronger. In the end, his aura was on par with a true world realm expert. A moment later, he roared with laughter and transformed into a ball of flames that surged at Yang Yi. Everywhere he passed, space was burned into nothingness. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged as a black sword appeared in his grasp, a sword condensed from vengeful spirits. Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly. When Xuan Xing arrived just 3 away from him, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then he swung his sword with both hands. The sword domain. The ball of flames was immediately forced to a stop in front of Yang Yi. At the same time, it gradually dimmed down, and then vanished into nothingness. Yang Yi lowered his sword and walked off slowly with invincible. All the survivors in the city heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this. Meanwhile, the initial emperor suddenly said, Yang Yi, I guarantee that when we meet again, I will only act against you and not against the people around you. Consider it my repayment for the mercy you've shown here today. Yang Yi didn't reply and just vanished into the distance. From this day onward, the Xuan clan had suffered severe losses, and it slowly vanished from history. Besides Ling Su, who had gone to the large universe, the Xuan clan had practically lost all its true Dao realm experts to Yang Yi. So, it would take thousands of years for it to return to its peak. Outside Initial City, Yang Yi sat down cross-legged, and 2 eternal crystals were in his grasp. His strongest attack was obviously the sword domain. Presently, he was able to execute it twice in an instant, and even true world realm experts couldn't resist that attack. However, it exhausted too much of his strength. Luckily, his body was at the true Dao realm, so he could endure its might. The only problem was profound energy. The primordial pagoda. Yang Yi thought of the primordial pagoda. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of sword energy shot over from afar. Yang Yi looked up, and then a tiny white figure appeared before him. It was Snowy. As soon as she saw Yang Yi, Snowy immediately started crying, and then she flew over to him and wrapped her paws around his neck. In just a short while, Yang Yi was covered in the spirit energy. Snowy had cried out, Snowy! Yang Yi's figure stiffened, and then he slowly hugged her. Snowy! She was his Snowy! It didn't take long for Sword Scroll, one area, and the small primal demon to appear before Yang Yi. Sword Scroll gazed at Yang Yi and sized him up incessantly. Meanwhile, one area and the primal demon were ceaselessly sizing up Snowy. They were curious. One area's eyes were filled with curiosity. A long time passed before Snowy finally returned to normal. She wiped off the tears on the corners of her eyes, and then waved her paw. A golden pagoda appeared in front of Yang Yi. The primordial pagoda. Since Yang Yi left, Snowy had hidden the primordial pagoda. Because it was Yang Yi's, so no one could take it. Now, practically no one dared to offend Snowy. Especially after Yang Yi vanished, only Zier, Little Sky, and Su Qingshi were able to make her obey them. Moreover, during this period that Yang Yi had been away, Snowy's temper had been quite hot, and she frequently attacked others with her axe. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at the primordial pagoda. He rubbed Snowy's little head and gazed at Sword Scroll. What about them? She replied softly. At the sword ruins. Yang Yi nodded. Thanks. Sword Scroll glanced at Yang Yi. Are you heading back now? Head back? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. I have a lot of people to get even with. Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. You don't plan to let it rest? Let it rest? Yang Yi chuckled, but his smile was slightly cold. Sword Scroll, do you know what would happen to Snowy, Qinshi, and the others if I were killed? If Yang Yi hadn't been rescued, what would have happened to her? Forget all of that. The patriarchs and experts of the 6 clans hunted me down like madmen. Should I just forget that? He looked up at the distant sky. Just a little while ago, experts of the immortal estate arrived, and the patriarchs of the 5 clans immediately stepped forward from the shadows. Because they felt that 2 true world realm experts and them would definitely be able to kill me. Now they've fled because they don't have the strength to kill me. But trust me, so long as they are given the chance, they will show no mercy to me. Sword Scroll fell silent. If she were being honest, if those clans had the chance to kill him, they would absolutely not show mercy. But if Yang Yi didn't attack now and spared them, would they be grateful? No! So long as they had an opportunity to annihilate Yang Yi in the future, they would definitely grab it. Yang Yi sent the primordial pagoda into his body. In an instant, the primordial violet energy within him surged. At this moment, he didn't have to worry about primordial violet energy anymore. Yang Yi glanced at Snowy and smiled. Come, let's go seek justice. Snowy hurriedly nodded. Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky while Wang Area, the primal demon, and Sword Scroll followed by his side. Wang Area walked over to Snowy. She was just about to stretch out her hand and touch Snowy, but the latter raised her paw to refuse it. Wang Area wasn't infuriated but delighted by this instead. She chuckled. Such a cute little fellow. Area, what about you? Yang Yi helped Snowy answer her. She's Snowy. Snowy nodded to indicate that Yang Yi was right. Meanwhile, the primal demon suddenly walked over to Snowy and pointed at itself. Ox. Oxy. Wang Area suddenly hit its head. You're Oxy from now on. The primal demon was speechless. Just like that, the primal demon had a new name, Oxy. Sword Scroll glanced at Wang Area and Oxy, and no one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's voice resounded in her mind. Can you discern their origins? Sword Scroll fell silent for a moment, and then she said, Oxy should be a descendant of the Heaven Shaker Ox from the Primal Era. As for Area, she isn't human. Yang Yi asked. Then what is she? Sword Scroll shook her head slightly. I can't discern or sense it. Yang Yi fell silent. Sword Scroll suddenly asked, Are you afraid she'll harm Snowy? Yang Yi didn't answer her. Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. You don't have to worry about that. They won't harm Snowy. Or to be a little blunt, even if you die, Snowy will be completely fine. Yang Yi glanced at Sword Scroll, and then he gazed at Snowy. At this moment, Snowy was sizing up Oxy and frequently flying over to its head before knocking its horns. However, Oxy didn't resist at all. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked toward the distance. A boundless mountain range was before him, and there was an ancient city within it. The city was surrounded by mountains. The Beichuan clan. It was the Beichuan clan's main city. Yang Yi's group hadn't even approached the city when a huge barrier of light suddenly appeared in the sky and enveloped the entire city. Bam! Yang Yi led the others to the city's entrance, and then he gazed at the barrier before slamming his saber against it. Hiss! A blood-red ray of saber energy flashed and instantly struck the barrier of light. Boom! The entire barrier exploded apart. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared on the city walls. It was the Beichuan clan's patriarch, Beichuan Tian. Countless members of the Beichuan clan looked out of this city with horror. They knew what had happened in Initial City, and Yang Yi was at the Beichuan clan now. Yang Yi walked slowly toward the city with his saber in hand, and sparks sprayed as he dragged it along the ground. Beichuan Tian glanced at his people in the city, and then he turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. An instant later, Yang Yi suddenly stopped. Yang Yi glanced at Beichuan Tian, and then he raised his saber onto his shoulder and led the others into the sky. On the city walls, Beichuan Tian's figure gradually turned increasingly ethereal. Patriarch! Countless people howled with sorrow from within the city. Chapter 23-28 Two Strikes. Chapter 23-28 Two Strikes. On the city walls, Beichuan Tian's figure grew more and more ethereal, and when he saw Yan Yi's group vanish into the sky, a smile curled up on his face before he vanished completely. Self-end. At the moment Yan Yi came to the Beichuan clan, all the hope and thoughts he had were instantly destroyed. Yan Yi refused to spare the Beichuan clan. There was only one way to make Yan Yi spare his clansmen: his death. Besides him, all the other experts of the Beichuan clan who had hunted Yan Yi had already been killed by Yan Yi. Yan Yi would never let the matter rest while he remained alive, and only his death could bring peace to his clan. Actually, both Xuan Xing and Beichuan Tian didn't know that the only reason Yan Yi made such a compromise was that Nanjing was alive. Yan Yi shot through the sky on his sword. At this moment, Snowy had returned to her usual self. She was holding the sword gourd in front of Yan Yi and ceaselessly waving her little paw. As she did that, a ray of sword energy flashed incessantly above them. Training with the sword. As she trained, Snowy gazed at Yan Yi while anticipation filled her face. Yan Yi smiled. "It's amazing!" Snowy cracked an extremely brilliant smile like a blooming flower, and then she turned around and started practicing more. "So cute!" Sword Scroll spoke softly by Yan Yi's side. This little fellow before them was nothing like what she expected a sprite progenitor to be. As far as she was concerned, a sprite progenitor was a supreme existence that looked down upon all others. In truth, that was reality. Very few were able to gain the attention and care of a sprite progenitor. As far as they were concerned, they only sought to step foot into an even higher realm of cultivation. Yet now, this sprite progenitor before her was just a cute little fellow. Yan Yi gazed at Snowy, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Sword Scroll suddenly asked, "What did you encounter in the eternal secret realm?" It was what Sword Scroll was curious about. What had Yan Yi experienced in there until had grown so much in strength when he came back out? While it was just an improvement in the cultivation of his body, Sword Scroll noticed that besides his realm of cultivation itself, Yan Yi had improved tremendously in all other aspects. It was an extremely terrifying improvement. It could be said that even a true world realm expert would find Yan Yi difficult to rival. Yan Yi asked, "Sword Scroll, you're from the other side of the Eternal River, right?" She fell silent. Yan Yi asked softly, "You can't tell me about it." She replied solemnly, "I am from there." "What do you want to know?" Yan Yi asked. "Is it very terrifying?" She replied softly, "It isn't to true experts, but it's very terrifying to the weak." "The strong prey on the weak there too?" Yan Yi asked. "Then why do they prohibit the people here from going over there?" Sword Scroll chuckled. "They have never done that. It's the people here who are weak." Yan Yi gazed at Sword Scroll. "Huh!" she explained. "It's like people of two different circles. How do the poor blend into the circles of the rich? Let me be honest, the eternal universe existed even before your large universe appeared. It can be said that the eternal universe is the oldest among all known universes, and the civilization there is the most advanced." She gazed at Yan Yi and continued, "I'm sure you're aware of the primal era of the eternal border. It can be said that even the primal era's peak couldn't compare to them. They do not refuse cultivators from over here, it's just that the cultivators here aren't able to break through the walls between the universes and enter theirs." Yan Yi nodded slightly. "I see." He paused for a moment and continued, "Can I break through it with my strength?" She hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Have the people here been able to go over there?" "Quite a few have." She spoke softly. "During the primal era, many had been able to go over, especially the emperors and desolate gods. Even the people of the eternal universe were extremely fearful of those existences. Unfortunately, the primal era was a chaotic era too, an extremely chaotic era. The experts and clans entered into conflict, and the powers in the eternal universe were happy to see that happen. So, they didn't interfere, and the primal era gradually fell into a decline. Yan Yi nodded and gazed at her. What about you? What are you? She remained silent. Yan Yi didn't ask again. He looked up into the distance, and a building appeared at the end of his vision. The Luoli clan. He was in the Luoli clan's territory. As he gazed at the building, he suddenly drew his saber and swung it. Hiss! A ray of blood-red saber energy flashed through the sky and shot at the building. The entire sky had a huge gap sliced open in it as the saber energy flew. But right when it was about to strike the building, an ethereal hand suddenly stretched out from within it, and then the hand grabbed Yan Yi's saber energy and squeezed lightly. Bang! Yan Yi's saber energy instantly exploded apart. It was obliterated within the palm. Snowy's eyes instantly opened wide from the sight of this, and an ethereal axe appeared in her grasp. Meanwhile, Oxy suddenly appeared before her, clenched its fist, and seemed like it was ready to fight. It was trying to curry favor with Snowy. Since it saw Snowy, it had been trying to curry favor with Snowy for no obvious reason. Sword Scroll glanced at Oxy and shook her head slightly as she thought to herself. This ox isn't a fool. Yan Yi glanced at the building and started walking slowly in its direction. Snowy immediately followed him. Her left paw was on the sword gourd while her right paw was on the ethereal axe. Her face was covered in resolve. This time, Shed decided that if a fight broke out, she would join it. She couldn't let Yan Yi fight on his own anymore. Yan Yi walked over to the building. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in a white robe appeared before Yan Yi. The man's body was ethereal. Obviously, it wasn't his main body. Behind him was the patriarch of the Luoli clan, Luoli Yu. Luoli Yu glanced at Yan Yi and remained silent. Yan Yi gazed at the white-robed middle-aged man, and the latter was about to speak when Yan Yi took a swift step forward before swinging his saber with both hands. Hiss! Space was blasted apart as a powerful blood-red ray of saber energy slammed down upon the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly while his expression remained unchanged. He suddenly pressed his palms together, and it clamped down on Yan Yi's invincible. Moreover, the middle-aged man only took half a step back from this. But the space beneath his feet had cracked open. At the instant that the middle-aged man had clamped down upon Invincible, his expression had changed abruptly because a cold ray of light that was thin as the hair of an ox had arrived before his stomach. The middle-aged man's reaction was extremely quick. He twisted his right foot against the ground and moved over one and back. Suddenly, a saber tore through the air. It was Invincible. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his palm and slammed it forward lightly. Bang! Invincible was stopped on the spot and couldn't move an inch. Meanwhile, Yan Yi appeared behind it, and then he kicked its handle with his right foot. Hiss! The saber shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man moved his hand slightly to the side, and then patted Invincible's handle, causing it to change directions and shot by his ear instead of through his head. The middle-aged man spun his right palm slightly, and was about to attack when a ray of cold light appeared before his chest. Had seen it clearly this time. It was a saber that was as thin as the wings of a cicada. 2 sabers. Yan Yi's speed was very fast, extremely fast even, and the switch between the two was very fluid and perfect. However, as far as the middle-aged man was concerned, it still wasn't really enough. As soon as the saber arrived before his ethereal stomach, 2 fingers had clamped down on it. Yan Yi tried to spin the saber with both hands, but the hidden blade didn't move an inch. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly released his fingers, and then curved his palm inwardly before slamming it forward. Bang! A wave of powerful force rippled out from the center of his palm, and it blasted Yan Yi over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The middle-aged man placed his hands behind his back, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Now can we talk? Yang Yi grabbed Invincible with both hands and hurled it at the middle-aged man. Hiss! Invincible tore through the air as it shot in his direction. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He took half a step back, twisted both his palms, and then slammed them forward. Bang! Yan Yi's saber was stopped just a little over a meter away from him. Suddenly, Yan Yi appeared before the middle-aged man, and then a ray of sword energy descended straight at him. The sword domain. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted as he tapped his finger upward. Bang! Along with an explosion, the middle-aged man was blasted over 3 kilometers away. At the same time, his body had grown even more ethereal. It was as if he would vanish at any moment. The middle-aged man glanced at his ethereal body and looked up at Yang Yi. 2 attacks! Meanwhile, Yang Yi put his sword away, placed the blood-red saber on his shoulder, and started walking toward the building. If the Luli clan still has experts at the true Tao realm or above when I get to the bottom of it, then it'll slaughter the entire Luli clan. Chapter 23-29 You're not a sprite lord. Chapter 23-29 You're not a sprite lord. Luoli Yu's expression turned extremely unsightly when she heard Yang Yi. As for the middle-aged man, he suddenly soared up into the sky, and then he clawed at Yang Yi from afar with his right hand. Bang! A strand of powerful energy suddenly appeared around Yang Yi and seemed like it intended to crush him into bits. Yang Yi stopped, turned around, and swung his saber. Hiss! A ray of saber energy slashed down and obliterated the energy. After that, Yang Yi grabbed the saber with both hands and hurled it at the middle-aged man. Boom! An explosion resounded, and the middle-aged man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Meanwhile, his lower body had vanished. It wasn't his main body, so no matter how strong he was, he couldn't do anything to Yang Yi right now. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the blood-red saber tore through the air and returned to his grasp. He paid no further attention to the middle-aged man because there was no need for him to attack the middle-aged man anymore. Yang Yi just rested the saber against his shoulder and walked toward the Luoli clan while everyone watched. He didn't attack Luoli Yu either. But everyone knew what he wanted, and so did Luoli Yu. Luoli Yu's face was extremely gloomy. There were only 2 choices in front of her, flee or die. If she fled, the entire Luoli clan would die. If she died, the Luoli clan's experts below the true Tao realm would survive. After cultivating for countless years, how could she be willing to just die like this? She was unwilling, extremely unwilling. However, countless clansmen of hers were standing behind her. Would Yang Yi spare them? No! Based on Yang Yi's character, he would slaughter the entire Luoli clan if she remained alive. So, to die or not to die? Meanwhile, Yang Yi was growing closer and closer to the building. Right when he was just around 20 m away from it, Luoli Yu's body suddenly became ethereal. Yang Yi stopped, turned around, and walked away. The white-robed middle-aged man who was about to vanish completely suddenly said, "We'll meet again." His figure vanished completely once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Luoli Yu's figure was gradually turning more and more ethereal, but her gaze was always on Yang Yi. Just like that, Luoli Yu and the other members of her clan watched as Yang Yi vanished into the sky. It didn't take long for the news of what occurred to the Xiuan clan, Beichuan clan, and Luoli clan to spread throughout Eternal Border. Had forced the patriarchs of 3 clans to their deaths. Yang Yi had forced 3 patriarchs to their deaths. Once the news of this spread, it could be said that some were overjoyed while others were filled with worry throughout Eternal Border. Sword Sky City and the other sects were naturally happy. The 6 clans had attacked Yang Yi when had just arrived at Eternal Border, and only Sword Sky City hadn't acted against him and even made him owe them a favor. Now, along with Yang Yi's growth, the value of that favor was simply immeasurable. Besides Sword Sky City, the other sects were happy while feeling a little bit of lingering fear. It was because they'd almost acted against Yang Yi. However, because all 3 sects kept each other tied down, none of them had acted against him. but they hadn't expected that it would transform into a guarantee of safety for them. It could be said that Sword Sky City, the other sex, and White Emperor City were the biggest winners. Especially White Emperor City. After all, everyone knew that there was something between White Empress and Yan Yi, the Yu clan. Yan Yi flew over to their territory with Snowy and the others. It was situated on an island, and this expanse of the ocean belonged to the Yu clan. No one was allowed entry into this expanse of the ocean at normal times. Yan Yi looked down at the island below, and there was no movement there. But he knew that the Yu clan was aware of his arrival. Yan Yi suddenly drew his saber and swung it. Hiss! A ray of blood-red saber energy shot down. Its target, the island where the Yu clan resided. If it struck the island, it would definitely be sliced into two. However, it hadn't even gotten close to the island before an ethereal spear blasted it into bits. After that, a middle-aged man appeared not too far away from Yang Ye's group. The middle-aged man was the Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming wore black armor, held a black spear, and emanated mysterious black light. Yang Yi! Yu Tianming pointed his spear at Yang Yi. I'm not Beichuan Tian or Loli Yu. If you want my life, you'll have to take it yourself. Yang Yi shook his head slowly. I don't want to fight. I just want to watch you take your own life. Only then would I feel happy. Yu Tianming laughed coldly. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Yang Yi gazed at Oxy. Oxy, return to your true form and smash that island down below. Oxy glanced at Yang Yi, and then it gazed at Snowy. Snowy blinked, and then she pointed at the island down below. It was obvious she was telling it to go. Once it received Snowy's order, Oxy didn't hesitate a moment longer, and immediately charged at the island down below. As it charged, its body grew larger and larger, and in just a few breaths of time, it had grown hundreds of times larger. Its enormous body was like a mountain that was slamming down upon the island. Yu Tianming's face instantly became unsightly from the sight of this. The primal demon before him was at the true world realm at least. Yang Yi actually had such an expert by his side. Countless beams of light surged up into the sky from within the island and shot at Oxy. However, Oxy didn't even try to block them and just allowed them to strike it. Bang! 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 Rumbling explosions resounded incessantly. However, Oxy's huge figure merely trembled slightly. It didn't take long for Oxy to slam against the island. Boom! The entire island instantly exploded apart. At the same time, the water around it was blasted up into the air by the force of the collision. The water surged over 3 kilometers high and covered the entire sky. Meanwhile, Oxy swiftly slammed both its palms down. Boom! Boom! The entire island was instantly blasted into bits, and countless shrill cries resounded. In the sky, Yu Tianming's face was extremely unsightly, and he revealed an undisguised desire to kill as he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. You want to attack me? I guarantee that while we fight, your Yu clan will be annihilated without a single soul remaining. Yu Tianming stared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, don't go too far. Karma will bite you. Karma? Yang Yi chuckled. Did you ever think of that when you sent the entire force of your clan to hunt me down? Now that I'm killing you instead, you're speaking about karma to me? It's fine, let's discuss it slowly. In any case, your Yu clan seems to be quite big, so Oxy can kill slowly. Yang Yi! Yu Tianming's face warped. The immortal estate won't let you go. Karma will come for you, it definitely will. As soon as he finished speaking, his spear transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky and descended straight down. In the end, it pierced into the top of his head. Hiss! Yu Tianming's figure stiffened on the spot while his blood-red eyes stared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi chuckled. I don't know about karma. All I do know is I repay the kindness I receive, and avenge the enmity I receive too. Kindness must be repaid as best as possible, and enemies should be annihilated. Yang Yi took Snowy in his arms and walked away. Meanwhile, Oxy hurriedly returned to its tiny form and chased after Yang Yi's group. At this moment, the island was no island anymore. It was in pieces. Oxy had blasted it into pieces, and countless members of the Yu clan were fleeing madly in all directions. The Yu clan had fallen completely. In the distant sky, Yang Yi flew on his sword while Snowy stood on his shoulder. At this moment, she was sizing up Oxy, and a short while passed before she raised a claw at Oxy. Yang Yi glanced at Oxy, who was clearly bewildered, and said, "She said you're strong." Oxy remained silent. "Strong?" Yang Yi grinned and gazed at Oxy again. Actually, Oxy was really strong, and even he wasn't completely confident in being able to defeat Oxy. Especially when Oxy's defenses were simply heaven-defying. Meanwhile, one area suddenly said, "I'm really strong too." Snowy gazed at her, blinked, and then pointed at Oxy. Obviously, she was asking who was stronger. One area glanced at Oxy. "Of course I am. Oxy, I'm stronger, right?" She ran over to Oxy as she spoke, grabbed the latter's horns, and then shook it incessantly. This made it seem like Oxy was nodding. One area gazed at Snowy. "See? It's nodding!" Snowy blinked and gazed at Yang Yi. She was asking him if that was how it worked. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Sword Scrolls suddenly asked, "Arya, can you transform?" Yang Yi gazed at Arya. She wasn't human, so she was very likely to be a primal demon. So long as she was a demon, she could definitely take her true form. "Transform." One Arya blinked and said, "How?" Sword Scroll was stunned speechless. Yang Yi pointed at Oxy. "It transformed just now. Can you do that?" One Arya glanced at Oxy, and then she thought for a while and said, "Transformation, huh? I should be able to do it." All of them felt speechless when they heard this. Meanwhile, one Arya suddenly said, "I still haven't thought of how to do it. I'll show you once I have." The corners of Sword Scroll's mouth twitched slightly. She glanced at Wang Arya and didn't say another word. Suddenly Yang Yi frowned. A moment later, he stopped and looked up into the distance. A woman in a green dress was standing amidst the distant clouds. She had her back to them, and she was holding a thick scroll. A body at the true Dao realm, the sword domain. Huh! That saber. They should be the renowned sabers of the primal era, invincible and hidden blade. Amazing, they're actually both in your possession. Huh! A primal ox, the eternal sword gourd, the sword scroll. Oh, what a pity it isn't her main body. That young girl. Strange, I actually can't discern her true body. Oh, right. There's a little sprite lord too. No, wait. You're not a sprite lord. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned around. Bang! A powerful wave of pressure instantly slammed all of them over 3 kilometers away. At the same time, the entire world trembled violently. Chapter 23:30 Not Enough. Chapter 23:30 Not Enough. Snowy's eyes instantly opened wide when they were blasted back, and an ethereal axe appeared in his grasp. The primordial axe of creation. Meanwhile, Oxy and Wine Area stood in front of her. Because the woman's gaze was fixed on Snowy. She had an oval-shaped face and clear features. She couldn't be described as peerlessly beautiful, but she was very nice to look at. There was a very otherworldly and elegant aura coming from her, and she had a thick scroll in her right hand. At this moment, she was staring at Snowy. Meanwhile, Snowy was looking at her. The difference was that Snowy was quite confused. Sword Scroll and Yang Yi's faces were solemn. Especially Sword Scroll because she knew what the mysterious woman had discovered. The woman gazed at Snowy, and then a smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. No wonder Jian Yu, who never leaves the sword ruins, left it. It was because of you. Snowy blinked, and then she waved her paws. She was asking the woman what she wanted. The woman grinned and gazed at Yang Yi. Young brother, are you heading to the Namli clan? Yang Yi nodded. She smiled. Don't go there. Yang Yi shook his head. Some things have to be done. She grinned and nodded. Get through me and you can. Yan Yi suddenly looked up. Hiss! A shadow flashed, and then a blood-red saber descended from above the woman. But she didn't dodge at all, and just allowed it to descend. Space was sliced open beneath it. However, she was completely unharmed. She was still standing there, and the sliced open space was instantly repaired. It was quite mysterious. Sword Scroll couldn't help but frown from the sight of this. Yan Yi didn't stop. After his first attack missed, he grabbed Invincible with both hands and swung it horizontally. It seemed capable of breaking through everything before it, but it was forcefully stopped by 2 fingers. She grinned at Yan Yi while holding Invincible with 2 fingers. I'm bullying you a little. However, it can't be helped. I have to interfere in this. She shook her fingers lightly. Bang! Yan Yi was blasted back to where had been a moment ago. Yan Yi was about to attack again when Sword Scroll stopped him. There's no need to attack again. She's Nanli Meng, the most dazzling genius of the Nanli clan in the last 10,000 years. Nanli Meng. Yan Yi was stunned because this name was a little familiar. It didn't take long for him to recall it. Nanli Meng was the writer of the book, The Worlds. Bai Jixian had told him that she had once been ranked at the 3rd position on the divine rankings. Nanli Meng glanced at Sword Scroll and said, You recognize me? Sword Scroll replied indifferently. Does anyone from all those years ago not recognize you? Nanli Meng smiled and gazed at Yang Yi. Young brother Yang, the Nanli clan sent me an emergency request to return, so I knew something big would have occurred. I found out what happened after I returned. It's my Nanli clan that is in the wrong, and I'll place the current patriarch under house arrest once I get back. She won't appear before you in the next 100 years. As for the true Dao realm experts who hunted you in the past, all of them have been killed by you. So let bygones be bygones, alright? She hesitated for a moment and added, I can give you a piece of information for free. According to my knowledge, the Immortal Estate may be planning something big against you. Sword Scroll asked solemnly, What do you mean? Nanli Meng smiled. The Immortal Estate contacted me and asked me to join their operation to annihilate all of you. But my Nanli clan has no intention to get swept into any conflicts right now. Thus, so long as young brother Yang is willing to spare my Nanli clan, I can guarantee that I won't participate in anything that targets him. Everyone who knows me is aware that I've never been interested in fighting, and am only interested in strange things. Of course, if you really can't let go of the hatred in your heart and insist on annihilating my Nanli clan, I can only accompany you in battle. Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. Don't forget about the Immortal Estate. They are your greatest enemy. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. They still refuse to learn after losing a true world realm expert. You're mistaken. Nanli Meng smiled. It's because you killed one of their true world realm experts that they will absolutely not let you go. Because they are afraid. You've made them feel afraid. If a genius like you is not a friend or on their side, then it's best for you to be eliminated. Not to mention that you are enemies already. So, how could they possibly allow you to continue growing? Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. It's a path they chose themselves. Nanli Meng said. You're right, it is a path they chose themselves, and they have no way out. Moreover, the Immortal Estate is the #1 power of the Eternal Border. While they are only the #1 power on the surface, they are still it. So, do you think it's possible for them to admit defeat and make a compromise with a progenitor? It's impossible. She gazed at Yang Yi at this point. If I were you, I would return to the Sword Ruins immediately. If I'm not wrong, your loved ones are still there. Yang Yi frowned when he heard this, and then he took Snowy in his arms and vanished into the sky. Su Qinshe and the others had almost forgotten that. Only Sword Scroll and Nanli Meng remained here. Sword Scroll stared at her. You've discerned it, right? Discerned what? Nanli Meng gazed at her with bewilderment in her eyes. Sword Scroll gazed at her for a long time and smiled. You won't tell anyone, right? Nanli Meng smiled. Why? Sword Scroll smiled. You're afraid. Nanli Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. Afraid of what? Sword Scroll smiled. You're very, very strong, but you aren't strong enough to possess a sprite progenitor. Even if you can take it from him, it will be a calamity for you and your clan. Moreover, you never expected a sprite progenitor to be so close to a human. Even if you kill Yan Yi and obtain her, she will probably do everything she can to avenge him in the future. So, in short, obtaining her is a calamity and not fortune for you. Nanli Meng closed her eyes slowly. According to my knowledge, it's impossible for a sprite progenitor to appear here. So why? Sword Scroll replied solemnly. It has never occurred, but it doesn't represent that it's impossible. There's always a first time for everything, right? Nanli Meng gazed at Sword Scroll. Hell face endless troubles, and they'll only grow in severity. Based on his current strength, if the news of its presence is exposed, I'm certain that hell soundlessly vanish from this world. Sword Scroll fell silent. It's best if he gives her up, Nanli Meng said. He doesn't have the strength to possess a sprite progenitor. Not to mention him, even the immortal estate will instantly vanish from this world if it has a sprite progenitor. Sword Scroll closed her eyes slowly. He won't give her up. That little fellow is more important to him than his own life. She laughed bitterly. You know. Even until now, he still doesn't know her true identity. Nanli Meng spoke softly. A sincere heart. You said the immortal estate is the #1 power on the surface. Sword Scroll asked. Then there are powers hiding in the shadows? Nanli Meng smiled. Some people in powers like the limelight, but some prefer to keep a low profile. Just like Eternal Village and Eternal Secret Realm. Oh right, young brother Yang should know about the situation in the Eternal Secret Realm. That village isn't ordinary at all, and I think even the immortal estate wouldn't dare to offend that village. There are many other unknown places like that throughout Eternal Border. She waved the thick scroll in her hand. This is the new worlds I wrote. Do you want to buy it? Sword Scroll glanced at her and asked. How much is it? Nanli Meng raised a finger. 1 divine treasure, like the primordial acts of creation, the sword gourd, or even you. Or perhaps 100 eternal artifacts can be discussed too. Hey, don't go, we can discuss the price. Sword Scroll had vanished. Nanli Meng shrugged, and then she opened the thick scroll to the last page, and then a brush appeared in her grasp. A short while later some words had appeared there. The large universe Yan Yi. Eternal sword gourd, primordial acts of creation, primordial pagoda, Bodhi tree, primal ox, mysterious young woman of unknown origin, invincible, sword supreme, hidden blade, sprite. She hesitated for a long time at this point and started writing. Sprite Lord. Once the word Lord was written, she rolled it up, and then the scroll trembled slightly. A moment later, the words within it pierced through space and were teleported somewhere. Nanli Meng fell silent on the spot for a long time, and then she glanced in the direction Yan Yi had left before vanishing into the sky. Yan Yi shot through the sky on his sword, and his destination was the sword ruins. Nanli Meng had reminded him that his current enemy was the immortal estate, and it was very likely that they targeted Su Qinshi and the others. So, he must keep them by his side. At his full speed, it didn't take him long to arrive at the sword ruins. Yan Yi was about to head down there when he suddenly frowned slightly and looked to the right. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. Yan Yi, I've been waiting for you. Along with the voice, a middle-aged man in golden armor appeared before Yan Yi. A true Void Realm expert. There was a small character on his left chest. The middle-aged man gazed at Yan Yi and laughed coldly. Yan Yi, there's a price to pay for killing a member of my immortal estate. You! Suddenly, Yan Yi vanished on the spot. A sword howl resounded. An instant later, a sword descended swiftly from above the middle-aged man. The sword domain. The middle-aged man was horrified. Save me! Hiss! He hadn't even been able to finish speaking when his body split open at the center. Yan Yi lowered his sword, and then glanced at the surroundings and spoke indifferently. True Void Realm experts are too weak. They aren't enough for me to enjoy killing. Send 2 true World Realm experts for me to kill instead. Chapter 23:31 3 Strikes. Chapter 23:31 3 Strikes. Not enough for him to enjoy killing. Yan Ye's voice was very calm, but it caused the world to instantly go quiet. Amazing! Meanwhile, a voice came from the side. Yang Yi looked over and saw an old man. The old man's aura was thick, and he couldn't see through it. The old man sized up Yang Yi and said, "You instantly killed a true Void Realm expert at the Progenitor Realm. Needless to say, your strength makes me feel ashamed of myself." Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Hiss! An afterimage flashed. Blood-red saber energy appeared above the old man, and it shot straight down with the intent to slash the old man into two. The old man's expression remained unchanged. A golden energy barrier surrounded him. Bam! Yan Yi and his saber were blasted back to where had been a moment ago. As for the golden barrier of light, there were only some cracks on it, and it didn't take long for the barrier to heal itself. Both the saber and sword. The old man glanced at Yang Yi's blood-red saber. I heard your sword is what you're strongest in. Let's give it a try. Yan Yi placed Invincible on his back, and then he stretched out his right hand. A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of golden light flashed. It only took a moment for a sword to appear in Yan Yi's grasp. The sword supreme. Yan Yi tapped his right foot down, and transformed into a ray of sword energy that shot forward. The old man closed his eyes slowly while the golden barrier appeared around him again. Meanwhile, a sword stabbed against the golden barrier. Bang! The barrier shook violently. It had defended him against Yan Yi's attack again, but just a moment later, Yan Yi's figure turned ethereal. The old man frowned slightly, and then Yan Yi twisted his sword. Bang! Countless watched as the golden barrier exploded apart, and the old man was pushed backward and finally stopped over 300 m away. Moreover, there were two long spatial rifts beneath his feet. It had been forcefully torn open by his feet. The sword domain! The old man gazed at Yang Yi, and his eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder a true world realm expert of my immortal estate was killed by you. That attack of yours surpasses the true world realm. Now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, he made a grasping motion at Yang Yi from afar. Hiss! 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 The sound of space cracking open resounded, and even Yang Yi's body started to crack open at this moment. Yang Yi frowned. He didn't have the time to think, and just swung his sword. Hiss! The space before him split open. Meanwhile, the old man had vanished on the spot. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, the space he resided in instantly cracked open. At the same time, an invisible wave of pressure locked onto him. Crack! Yang Yi's body bent forward. At this moment, he felt like 1,000,000 mountains were on his back. The powerful pressure caused even his internal organs to be on the verge of cracking apart. Even if the old man couldn't compare to Anti-Veg and the others, he was absolutely not much weaker than them. H! Suddenly, Yang Yi howled with fury as 2 strands of intent swept out from within him. At the same time, he flicked his sword up with both hands. Hiss! The space before him exploded apart, and the pressure on him instantly vanished. An instant later, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down, and transformed into a ray of sword energy that shot at the old man. Hiss! Everywhere it passed, space was sliced into bits. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slammed his fist forward. Bang! A ray of golden light rippled out from his fist. Boom! As soon as they collided, the world rippled as an invisible wave of energy rippled out through the sky. Everywhere it passed, space trembled before it and rippled like boiling water. Rumble! Suddenly, an explosion resounded nearby, and then a figure shot through the sky and appeared over 10 kilometers away. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi stopped, and a wisp of scarlet red seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. Blood! The old man's face was calm, and there was nothing unusual about it. It was suppression due to the gap in their realms of cultivation. Suddenly, the old man looked to the side, and a woman appeared there. It was Sword Scroll. Sword Scroll glanced at the old man, and then she gazed at Snowy, who had an anxious expression on her face. "Give him the sword gourd!" Snowy was stunned for a moment, and then she hurriedly removed it from her waist and tossed it at Yang Yi. But just a moment later, it flew back to her and started trembling. Obviously, it was displeased. Snowy was infuriated by this. She slapped the sword gourd flying, and she refused to leave it at that. She flew over and grabbed it, and then started slamming it everywhere while ceaselessly complaining. Oxy instinctively took a step back upon witnessing this. When it saw Snowy get angry, it felt slightly afraid for some reason. Even if it was much, much stronger than Snowy. Snowy kept slamming the sword gourd all over. In the end, she grabbed it and tossed it into the sky. Swish! The sword gourd was tossed high above into the sky. She didn't want it anymore. The corners of Sword Scroll's mouth twitched slightly. Perhaps she's the only one in Eternal Border who dares to treat the Eternal Sword Gourd like that, and the Eternal Sword Gourd doesn't dare to get angry with her. The old man didn't care to watch Snowy beat up the sword gourd. While she was slamming it around, had charged over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't stand by idly and wait for death to arrive. He released the sword in his right grasp and hurled Invincible with both hands. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light tore through the sky as the powerful force it carried tore through everything before it. Meanwhile, a ray of golden light arrived. Boom! The entire sky shook violently, and then the sky above the sword ruins cracked open. Moreover, the cracks started to spread rapidly in all directions. At the same time, Yan Yi was blasted away again. The old man was about to attack again when he suddenly looked to the side, and an ethereal axe appeared before him. The old man waved his palm. Bang! The ethereal axe was blasted away, but the old man frowned because a faint injury had appeared on his palm. He looked up at Snowy. At this moment, Snowy was holding the ethereal axe with both paws while looking at the old man. She blinked, and then she tossed the axe at the old man again. Hiss! Everywhere it passed, space instantly turned ethereal. It had turned completely ethereal. The old man frowned slightly as he stretched out his right hand and shook it slightly. Bang! The ethereal primordial axe of creation was blasted away. This time, it flew faster than it had the previous time. A powerful wave of pressure slammed down upon Snowy. Snowy's eyes instantly opened wide from the sight of this. Suddenly, Oxy appeared in front of her and grabbed the axe. However, Oxy was pushed over 100 m back before it finally stopped itself. Once it stopped itself, Oxy glanced at the axe in its grasp, walked over to Snowy, and passed the axe to Snowy. Snowy blinked, and then she raised it and tossed it at the old man again. The old man was at a loss for words. Snowy was very weak, but the primordial axe of creation was very strong. The axe tore through the air, and space couldn't endure it at all, instantly turning ethereal before it. It was obvious that the space here would be obliterated if Snowy tossed the axe a few more times. The old man glanced at Snowy, and then he vanished on the spot. He was in front of Snowy when he appeared again. But right at this moment, a black fist slammed at him. The old man raised his hand and slammed a punch forward as well. Bang! As soon as they collided, a ray of golden light rippled out, and then the old man was pushed around 300 m back. He looked up and saw Oxy standing before Snowy. Suddenly, the old man looked to the side, and a ray of sword energy descended. The sword domain. It wasn't one attack but two overlapped attacks. The old man's pupils constricted slightly. He waved both hands, and a ray of dazzling golden light shot forward. Boom! A rumbling explosion resounded through the area, and then two figures were blasted away in different directions. It was Yang Yi and the old man. The old man stopped himself after flying around 1 kilometer away, and there was an extremely deep injury on his forehead. Blood was ceaselessly seeping out from there. Almost. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly and looked up at Yang Yi. So long as this attack had gone just a little deeper, he would have died here today. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's entire body had cracked open and blood was seeping out incessantly from him. Fortunately, he had the primordial pagoda, so his body was healing rapidly. The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he suddenly raised his hands slowly. Rumble! The entire sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds as countless bolts of black lightning flashed incessantly far above. At the same time, the ground below quaked violently, and then a golden palm suddenly emerged from beneath the ground and shot up at Yang Yi. Moreover, countless bolts of lightning rained down upon Yang Yi from the sky. The might of the world! Sword Scroll's expression changed slightly from the sight of this, and then she hurriedly gazed at the sword gourd and howled with fury. It's your last chance! The primordial axe of creation was the greatest amongst them, but its main body couldn't come outside and help Yang Yi at all. Besides the axe, the next was the sword gourd. The old man's cultivation was much higher than Yang Yi. So, without the help of external forces, Yang Yi couldn't rival the old man's strength at all. Meanwhile, Snowy gazed at sword gourd too. The latter trembled slightly and flew over to Yang Yi, but Yang Yi ignored it. It had a temper? He had a temper too. If it didn't want to let him use it, then he wouldn't. Bang! Bang! A strand of powerful sword intent and slaughter intent swept out from within Yang Yi, and then they surged into the sword supreme in his grasp. At the same time, the veins on Yang Ye's arms bulged. Profound primal energy. Even the profound primal energy surged completely into the sword supreme. A wisp of resolve flashed through Yang Ye's eyes, and then he grabbed sword supreme with both hands and swung it. The sword domain. The first swing. The second swing. 2 attacks overlapped, and the world cracked apart before it. However, that wasn't the end of it. A third swing descended. As soon as that happened, Yang Ye's body suddenly cracked open and blood sprayed in all directions. Chapter 23:32 Hopeless Situation. Chapter 23:32 Hopeless Situation. 3 strikes. As soon as the third strike descended, the world exploded. Boom! The ground collapsed, and the sky and the lightning were obliterated. The powerful sword energy obliterated everything. The old man was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, he frowned. His entire body was covered in marks from the sword. Moreover, if one looked carefully, one would notice that his body was slightly ethereal. The old man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he vanished into the sky. Everywhere he passed, a long trail of blood remained. Heavily injured. Not only had it destroyed the old man's powerful technique, it had heavily injured the old man too. Of course, Yang Ye's injuries were worse. As soon as he swung that third swing, his body hadn't been able to endure it and collapsed. Moreover, the severe backlash from it caused his soul to collapse too. Just 2 swings had practically been his limit. But just now, had used all his strength to swing a third overlap strike. The third overlap strike caused a qualitative change in his sword domain, but it had surpassed the limits that he could endure. So, it had injured his enemy, but he suffered worse. At the instant the old man left, Yang Yi crashed down to the ground. Snowy was shocked and quickly ran over, and then she immediately started crying when she saw Yang Ye's current state. Sword Scroll walked over to Yang Yi, and she couldn't help but frown when she noticed that Yang Ye's body had cracked open tremendously. Horrible! Yang Ye's current state couldn't even be described with the word horrible. It wasn't just his outward appearance, there wasn't a corner of his internal organs that wasn't damaged. Especially his heart. If the primordial pagoda hadn't forcefully protected it, his heart would have collapsed by now. Sword Scroll took a deep breath, and then she gently lifted him up and went off to the ground. Snowy hurriedly followed after her. Meanwhile, the sword gourd suddenly flew over to her, and Snowy was instantly infuriated by the sight of it. Snowy grabbed the sword gourd and tossed it into the sky, and then she gazed at Oxy before pointing angrily at the sword gourd. She was telling Oxy to beat it up if it dared to come over to her. Oxy unconsciously nodded. Once she saw Oxy nod, Snowy turned around and went after Yang Yi. She didn't want it anymore. Yang Yi didn't want it, so she didn't want it either. That was what Snowy meant. Oxy glanced at Snowy, and then it gazed at one area. Presently it trusted two people. One of them was Snowy, and the other was Wang Area. As for Yang Yi, it didn't really trust Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi had almost killed it when he was mad. Wang Area glanced at the sword gourd in the distance, and then she said, "Isn't it just allowing Madman Yang to use you? Did you have to be so unwilling? Great, now she doesn't want you anymore. You're free." Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded from the sword gourd, and then a ray of sword energy shot at Wang Area. Wang Area was furious when she saw this. "If she doesn't want you, what does that have to do with me? How dare you attack me? Oxy, kill it!" She charged at the sword gourd once she finished speaking. Oxy hurriedly charged after her. Just like that, Wang Area and Oxy kept punching the sword gourd all over the place. It was a divine treasure, but if it had no one to use it, then it was no match for them on its own. They possessed real strength after all. The sword ruins. In a stone hall, Yang Yi laid on a stone bed, and Su Qingshi, Zhuang Weiran, and the others were by his side. At this moment, all of them were looking at him. They had horribly gloomy expressions on their faces as they looked at him. Yang Yi's injuries were truly too heavy. If he didn't have the primordial pagoda and primordial violet energy, he would have definitely died by now. Even then, Yang Yi was in a very, very dangerous state. The backlash from that attack hadn't just destroyed his body, it had cracked open his internal organs, meridians, bones, and everything else. Any other person would have been dead by now. I have bad news for all of you. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in the hall. They looked over and saw a woman in a linen dress. It was Jianyu. Jianyu spoke indifferently. The Immortal Estate has sent more experts. Obviously, they don't want to give him any time to recover. Su Qingshi frowned slightly. Why is the Immortal Estate much stronger than the other clans? You're wrong. Meanwhile, Jianyu shook her head. Don't underestimate the 6 clans. They came here from other places, so how can they be ordinary? However, their resources and reserves can't compete with the Immortal Estate, nor can their ability to foster experts compare with the Immortal Estate. But even the Immortal Estate doesn't dare to rashly act against them. Are any ancestors of the 6 clans ordinary experts? When they just arrived in this place, even an existence as strong as the Immortal Estate hadn't been able to kill them. Especially the initial emperor of the Xiuan clan. He once attacked the Immortal Estate on his own. Su Qingshi asked. Why didn't they show themselves? Jianyu replied. They haven't done so now, but it doesn't mean that they want. So, he has a lot more trouble to deal with in the future. Su Qingshi glanced at Jianyu and said, Are the experts from the Immortal Estate here? They should be here soon. Jianyu continued. They know that Yang Yi is definitely heavily injured right now, so they won't give him any chances. Su Qingshi fell silent for a long time and said, Please lend us a hand. Jianyu was the only one who could help them now. Jianyu closed her eyes slowly. The sword ruins has enough trouble. Su Qingshi nodded slightly. I understand. She gazed at Yang Yi and said, Weiran Yushi, make preparations. We're leaving with him. Zhuang Weiran glanced at Yang Yi. Where will we go? Su Qingshi fell silent. Where could they go? White Emperor City. Meanwhile, Bai Jixian suddenly stepped forward. They gazed at her, and she spoke solemnly. While my White Emperor City can't compare in strength with our prime now, we still have some resources and reserves. My father is a true world realm expert too. Or to be more precise, he's halfway into the realm above the true world realm. Moreover, we have a trump card that our ancestor left behind. I think it shouldn't be a problem for us to keep the Immortal Estate at bay. Su Qingshi spoke softly. Have you thought about how we'll bring the war to White Emperor City if he goes there? Bai Jixian looked Su Qingshi in the eyes and said, Where else can all of you go? He'll die no matter where he goes in his current state, right? Su Qingshi gazed at Bai Jixian for a long time and said, Wei and Yushi, the two of you are the strongest. So you protect him. The rest of us will enter the primordial pagoda. As for Bai Jixian, you stay with Wei and Yushi. Jixian! All of them glanced at Bai Jixian when they heard Su Qingshi speak those words. Since Shed addressed Bai Jixian in that manner, it was obvious that Shed acknowledged her. Bai Jixian glanced at Su Qingshi and nodded. Let's leave now and strive to get there before the experts of the Immortal Estate arrive. It didn't take long for everyone besides Su Qingshi, Zhuang Weiran, Xiao Yushi, and Bai Jixian to enter the primordial pagoda. Zhuang Weiran lifted Yang Yi off the bed, and then she vanished from the stone hall with Xiao Yushi and Bai Jixian. Snowy didn't enter the primordial pagoda. She just laid there in Yang Yi's arms. Su Qingshi and the others didn't force the sad little fellow to enter the primordial pagoda either. In the stone hall, Su Qingshi walked over to Jianyu, and then she bowed slightly. Thank you for taking care of us throughout this time. My husband, Yang Yi, and I will never forget this. If you need anything in the future, we will definitely not refuse. She turned around and walked away. Once Su Qingshi left, Sword Scroll appeared before Jianyu. Why? Jianyu spoke softly. Snowy has endless possibilities in the future, and she can change the fate of my clan. However, do you think a future exists? If I allow them to stay, the sword ruins will probably cease to exist. You should be very well aware of what this place represents to my Jian clan. Sword Scroll sighed softly. True. You don't know him anything, and you've done enough for him. No matter what, take care. Sword Scroll walked out of the hall. Jianyu suddenly asked, You're still going to go with them? Sword Scroll shook her head and smiled. Since I chose him, he'll see my bet through. If I win, I get everything. If I lose, he'll just die. She vanished from the hall once she finished speaking. In the sky above the sword ruins, Wang Area and Oxy were still chasing after the sword gourd and beating it up. Bai Jixian glanced at them and said, Area Oxy, we're leaving. They immediately abandoned the sword gourd when they heard her and shot after Yang Yi and Bai Jixian. Bai Jixian felt a little more confident as she gazed at Wang Area and Oxy. Wang Area pointed at Yang Yi, who was lying in Zhuang Weiran's arms, and asked, Is he all right? Bai Jixian shook her head. We must get to White Emperor City. At that time, we may need your help. It's very dangerous this time, extremely dangerous even. Area Oxy, while I really hope that you'll help, I won't blame you if you choose to leave now. Wang Area asked. Is it very dangerous? Bai Jixian nodded. Extremely dangerous. All of us might die. Wang Area suddenly jumped with joy and excitement. I love danger. Moreover, my grandfather told me to stay with you and Madman Yang. I promised him I would, so I won't leave the two of you. She gazed at Oxy and continued. Stupid Ox, what about you? Oxy pointed at Snowy. Obviously, it was saying that it would follow Snowy. Bai Jixian took a deep breath and said, All right, then let's go. As soon as she said that, they shot off into the sky. Their destination, White Emperor City. Chapter 2333 The Beginning. Chapter 2333 The Beginning. Su Qingshi and the others' main objective right now was to get Yang Yi to White Emperor City. Based on Yang Yi's recuperative ability, it would take just a few days for him to recover completely. So long as he did, then it wouldn't be that easy for the Immortal Estate to kill him. Of course, they had thought about whether they could get him there safely and protect him from the Immortal Estate until then, but they had no other choice. Something worth mentioning was that the sword gourd had followed them. However, Snowy, in her state of sorrow, ignored it completely, and it didn't dare to approach Snowy either. I was quite afraid of Snowy right now. Her temper was really terrible. Su Qingshi gazed at Bai Jixian. Our arrival at White Emperor City may bring calamity to it. Are you sure about this? Bai Jixian closed her eyes slowly. Then do you want me to watch him die? Su Qingshi sighed softly and didn't say more. She gazed at Yang Yi, who was in Zhuang Weiran's arms instead. Will we be able to get through this? Regardless of whether they could get through it, they planned to face it together. Zhuang Weiran gazed at Yang Yi, and the scenes of the past couldn't help but flash through her mind. All those years ago, Yang Yi was still so weak. Suddenly Sword Scroll, who led the group, stopped. Su Qingshi and the others' faces fell. Sword Scroll looked up, and 3 black-robed figures had appeared high above. Sword Scroll asked, "The Immortal Estate?" The black-robed man who led the group shook his head slightly. "Our objective isn't Yang Yi, it's the treasures he possesses. We won't ask for much, and just want the Bodhi tree. We'll leave once we get it." The Bodhi tree. Sword Scroll sized up the 3 of them and said, "Have you not heard about how he fought the Immortal Estate and almost annihilated the 6 clans?" The black-robed man nodded. "We have. But times change, and he's on the verge of death now, isn't he?" A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Sword Scroll's mouth. Meanwhile, Bai Jixian suddenly gazed at Wan Area and Oxy. Wan Area nodded, and then she tapped her foot down and shot at them. The black-robed man who led the group suddenly withdrew an iron sword, and then it stabbed forward like a bolt of lightning. It stabbed directly against Area's fist. Bang! The black-robed man's sword instantly cracked open while his figure was blasted away. However, he suddenly vanished into thin air, and then Wan Area frowned slightly and slammed her fists forward. Boom! The space in front of her exploded apart, and then a shrill cry came from there. Wan Area didn't stop. Her figure shot at the exploded expanses of space, and it didn't take long for her to appear before everyone again. There was a corpse in her grasp. It was the black-robed man from before. Wan Area casually tossed it away, and it descended before the other 2 black-robed men. She patted her hands together and started licking a tongue. So weak! Area and Oxy were unable to resist experts above the true world realm, just like the old man from the Immortal Estate who fought Yang Yi at the Sword Ruins. They were helpless against experts like that. However, experts at the true world realm or below were nothing before them. Of course, monstrous geniuses like Yang Yi were excluded. Suddenly, Sword Scroll's expression changed slightly. "Area, watch out!" Wan Area's eyes opened wide because the 2 black-robed men before her had suddenly appeared in front of her. At the same time, 2 powerful auras locked down the space around her. The true world realm. They weren't at the true void realm but the true world realm. Wan Area quickly recovered from her shock, but because she'd been careless, she was only able to counterattack in a hurry. Wan Area's fists slammed forward. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions resounded, and then she was blasted away. At the same time, a black chain pierced through space and coiled around her. Hiss! 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 Rays of black light ceaselessly rippled out of the black chain and tried to corrode her body. Fortunately, her body was able to resist the corrosion, but she was visibly in extreme pain. Oxy was about to lend her a hand, but Bai Jixian stopped Oxy. Bai Jixian stared at them and asked, "Who are you?" They weren't from the Immortal Estate yet had sent 2 true world realm experts at once. Needless to say, Bai Jixian was very puzzled. She wondered if there were powers greater than the Immortal Estate in Eternal Border. One of them replied indifferently, "Those who know, know, those who don't know, have no right to know. So, do you still want to ask?" She nodded. "I see." She gazed at Su Qingshi as she spoke. The latter fell silent for a moment, and closed her eyes slowly. A moment later, a palm-sized tree floated slowly out of Yang Ye's stomach. It was the Bodhi tree that had shrunk in size. Su Qingshi flicked it over to them, and the black-robed man who led the group took it. After that, he glanced at them, and there was a wisp of ghastly killing intent in his eyes. "You're still not going to leave after getting it?" Suddenly, a voice resounded. The black-robed experts looked over, and they saw a woman with a huge sword on her back. At this moment, she was looking coldly at them. "Jian Yu." The black-robed man fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "All right, you'll give your Jian clan some face." He and the other black-robed man immediately vanished into the sky. Once they left, Bai Jixuan gazed at Jianyu. Who are they? Jianyu closed her eyes slowly. Just as he said, those who know, know, and those who don't know have no right to know. I'm not looking down on you, but it does you no good to know right now. Why didn't they ask for the axe or pagoda? Bai Jixuan asked. As far as she was concerned, they should be more valuable than the Bodhi tree, but those experts had asked for the Bodhi tree. That made her curious. Jianyu glanced at her and replied, It's not that they do not want it, but others have probably booked those two treasures. Bai Zixian's pupils constricted. Others had booked them. In other words, this wasn't the end, it was only the beginning. Jianyu glanced at the surroundings, fell silent for a long time, and then gazed at Snowy. A long time passed before she said, I'll send you there. Bai Jixuan glanced at her and bowed slightly. Thank you. After what happened just now, she was very well aware that they wouldn't be able to get to White Emperor City without Jianyu. The world was aware that Yang Yi was heavily injured, so no one would worry about him now, and no power would fear him. Because everyone was very well aware that the immortal estate wouldn't spare him, and they would definitely converge their forces to kill him. At this moment, everyone wanted to take a share of the spoils. After all, Yang Yi had quite a few precious treasures. Jianyu glanced at the surroundings, and then she gazed at Snowy. You go inside the pagoda! She was most afraid that someone recognized Snowy. If that happened, Yang Yi would definitely die with the strength he possessed now. Moreover, he would die soundlessly. Not just Yang Yi, everyone except Snowy would die. A sprite progenitor. A sprite progenitor was enough to make all the powerful organizations and old existences of Eternal Border go mad. Moreover, even Eternal Universe would be shaken. If it was a matured sprite progenitor, there would naturally be no one who dared to target her. Moreover, she only had to say the word and even 10 immortal estates would be annihilated. But the problem was that she hadn't matured fully, she was just a sprite lord who was transforming into a sprite progenitor. So, that was why people were targeting her and even stopping at nothing to take control of her. It could be said that if Snowy's existence was exposed, it would definitely cause a storm of blood in Eternal Border. Snowy wiped off the tears on the corners of her eyes, and then she gazed at Jianyu before raising her paws to ask why. Jianyu had quite a weird expression on her face. She wondered if that sad little fellow in front of her would really become a sprite progenitor. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi walked over to Snowy. Listen to her and go inside for now, alright? Snowy blinked, and then she pointed at Yang Yi to display that she wanted to stay with Yang Yi. Su Qingshi rubbed Snowy's head and felt quite helpless. In the end, she had no choice but to summon Zir. Once Zir appeared, she grabbed Snowy in her arms and returned to the pagoda. While Snowy was quite unwilling, she was quite afraid when she saw the stern expression on Zir's face. There were only two people whom she feared. Yang Yi, and Zir, who had sort of raised her. Zir had given her quite a few good lessons when she just met Yang Yi. Once Snowy was dealt with, their group continued toward White Emperor City. Jianyu led the group now. Meanwhile, the sword gourd was still following not too far behind them. When it saw Snowy enter the primordial pagoda, it went in as well. However, it only took a moment for it to be kicked out. The primordial pagoda refused it entry. The primordial pagoda was extremely close to Snowy, so it naturally took Snowy's side. Sword Scroll glanced at the sword gourd, hesitated for a moment, and then walked over to it, and whispered a few words. A short while later, the sword gourd shook and transformed into a ray of light that appeared by Yang Yi's waist. Staying with Yang Yi was staying with Snowy. That was what Sword Scroll had told it. An hour later, Bai Jixuan could faintly see the outline of an ancient city at the end of her vision. She heaved a sigh of relief. We're here! Meanwhile, Jianyu suddenly stopped, and everyone looked at her. Jianyu closed her eyes slowly. I'm just sending them to White Emperor City. Please give my Jian clan some face! Meanwhile, an old man in a linen robe appeared not too far away from her. He coughed lightly and said, I want the primordial pagoda. Leave it to me and I'll give your Jian clan some face, all right? Chapter 23:34 Everyone in the city dies. Chapter 23:34 Everyone in the city dies. Leave the primordial pagoda behind. Bai Zixian's face fell when she heard the old man. Yan Yi needed the primordial pagoda the most. If he lost it, his injuries would take much, much longer to heal. The primordial pagoda could absolutely not be given away. Bai Zixian gazed at Jian Yu. Jian Yu glanced at the old man and said, "Are you sure?" The old man grinned. "If it wasn't because of your Jian clan, I wouldn't just ask for the primordial pagoda. After all, we never leave potential troubles behind when we do things. However, since the Jian clan has stepped forward, I still have to give you some face. Leave the primordial pagoda behind and you can leave. That's the biggest concession I'm willing to make." Suddenly, Jian Yu walked slowly toward the old man. The old man frowned from the sight of this. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then a ray of sword energy flashed. An instant later, a huge sword slammed down from above the old man. Jian Yu had attacked. Crack! As soon as it descended, a huge expanse of space with them at the center collapsed, and then countless rays of sword energy flashed out from there. Sword energy filled the sky. The old man's eyes instantly turned icy cold when he saw her attack, and then he twisted his right hand. In an instant, his entire right arm was covered in a thick layer of black scales, and then he raised it against her sword energy. Clang! An ear-piercing explosion resounded, and the old man was pushed over 300 m back. But before he could even stop himself, Jian Yu had appeared in front of him again, and then another attack slammed down upon him. Overwhelming strength. The strength this attack carried was at least double the last one. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he waved his right hand horizontally, causing a wave of powerful force to ripple out like an erupting volcano. Boom! Along with an explosion, the entire sky exploded. At the same time, two figures were blasted away. But it didn't take long for Jian Yu to stop, and then she appeared before the old man once more. The old man's expression changed from the sight of this. Jian Yu took her sword in both hands and slammed it down, causing a wave of sword energy to ripple out. Everywhere it passed, space was obliterated before it. A wisp of gloominess flashed through the old man's eyes. A black rod suddenly appeared in his right grasp, and then he swung it horizontally. Hiss! Rod images filled the sky. Bang! Sword and rod collided, and then the sky shook violently and transformed into a pitch-black hole. Suddenly, Jian Yu released her grasp, and then rays of sword energy rained down madly upon the old man. They were fast. Absolutely fast. Even Bai Zixian wasn't able to see Jian Yu's figure. As for the speed of her sword, it was absolutely impossible to catch sight of. It was speed that far surpassed her. In that expanse of space, no figure could be seen, only sword energy. Just like that, around 100 breaths of time passed, and then explosions resounded before a figure was blasted out of the expanse of sword energy. That figure flew almost 3 kilometers away. It was the old man. At this moment, the old man's body was covered in blood-red injuries. His expression was extremely unsightly as he looked up into the distance, and a woman was standing there. Jian Yu. Her sword was too fast, and even he couldn't endure it. Meanwhile, Jian Yu glanced at the old man and said, "My Jian clan may have suffered a decline, but it isn't an existence that just anyone can bully. If you dare to obstruct our path, then I, Jian Yu, will kill you in the name of the sword ruins." She put her sword away once she finished speaking. She gazed at Bai Zixian and the others. "Let's go!" Bai Zixian nodded and led the others toward White Emperor City. "Jian Yu!" Suddenly, the old man spoke solemnly. "Do you think that you can protect them?" Jian Yu glanced at him and replied, "He's heavily injured and unconscious now, and he's in a hopeless situation. But what if he doesn't die and survives this calamity?" The old man stared at her. "He'll never survive. The immortal estate won't let him, and neither will those people." Jian Yu, if you insist on protecting him, you should know the consequences. Jian Yu closed her eyes slowly. I know the consequences, but all of you will never know the consequences you'll face if he dies. She vanished into the sky once she finished speaking. The old man's face was horrifyingly gloomy. He didn't fear Jian Yu, but he didn't want to get injured with her, and then allow the others hiding in the shadows to reap the benefits. He wasn't the only one who was targeting Yang Yi, and there were too many who wanted a share of the spoils. The old man remained silent for a long time, and then he vanished on the spot. Give up? Of course he wouldn't. With Jian Yu there to escort them, they finally arrived at White Emperor City. An old man was standing on its wall, and it was Bai Zixian's father. The old man sighed softly when he saw them, and no one knew what he was thinking. Bai Zixian walked over to him. Father! He glanced at Yang Yi, and then gazed at her. Have you really decided? She nodded. I have. He sighed softly. You're betting our entire White Emperor City. She looked him in the eyes. Father, even if he never existed, the immortal estate would never spare us, would they? The old man replied softly. At least we would have room to maneuver. She shook her head. No matter what, I have no way out of this now. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. I can't abandon him at a time like this, I can't. The old man gazed at her for a long time and sighed softly. Take him inside. I'll deal with the rest. She nodded slightly and gazed at the others. Let's go. Su Qingshi bowed slightly to the old man. Thank you. Once she finished speaking, she led the others behind Bai Zixian. However, she stopped again after taking a few steps, and she gazed at Jian Yu. Miss Jian Yu, thank you. If we survive, we won't refuse if you need our help in the future. Jian Yu glanced at her and replied softly. Take care. Su Qingshi nodded slightly and left. The old man gazed at Jian Yu. I didn't expect him to actually be able to make you leave the sword ruins. Jian Yu replied softly. City Governor, this matter is a calamity, yet it is also a blessing to your White Emperor City. The old man asked. What do you mean? She shook her head slightly. Take care. She vanished into the sky, and a ray of sword energy flashed through it. As he watched the sword energy vanish, the city governor of White Emperor City closed his eyes slowly. A storm was coming! Jian Yu suddenly stopped far away in the sky, and Sword Scroll wasn't too far away from her. Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. While I don't want to force you, it's very difficult for him to get through this without your help. My presence won't make a difference. Jian Yu looked her in the eyes. Sword Scroll, I've used up all the influence my Jian clan has. I still have my own responsibilities and duties. If it wasn't for you and Snowy, I would have never left Sword Ruins or allowed myself to get swept into the conflicts of the outside world. As for whether he can get through this, it depends on his own fortune. She vanished into the sky once she finished speaking. Sword Scroll shook her head on the spot. Just as Jian Yu had said, she'd done enough. Sword Scroll looked up at the sky and was slightly lost as she wondered how they would get through this. White Emperor City. In the Primordial Pagoda. Yang Yi laid in the cultivation room while primordial violet energy ceaselessly repaired his body. As it did, his body was growing much better. However, even primordial violet energy would take around 10 days to heal him. Because his injuries were too heavy. It could be said that had been crippled by them. Of course, it would only take a day inside the primordial pagoda itself. However, whether they could even get through this day was unknown to them. Moreover, even if Yang Yi recovered, could he really stop the torrent of experts that was surging in their direction? After all, they had no backup. In the cultivation room, the atmosphere was heavy, and all the girls were here. Bai Zixian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. Suddenly, she stepped forward. Leave him alone with me for some time, all right? The others gazed at her because it was a little too much to ask. Bai Zixian spoke softly. Please. Su Qingshi glanced at her, and then she gazed at the others. Let's go outside. Qin Xie had a hot temper and was about to say something, but Su Qingshi shook her head. The latter puckered her lips and swallowed what she was about to say. It didn't take long for all of them to leave. However, there was a little fellow lying on Yan Ye's chest. It was Snowy. Bai Jixian went to Zier because only she could restrain the little fellow. Otherwise, the little fellow's wrath was absolutely terrifying in the pagoda. Zier glanced at her, and then walked over to Yan Yi and patted Snowy. Snowy was curled up on Yan Ye's chest and had her head buried in it. She shook her butt at Zier to display that she didn't want to be disturbed. Zier glared at Snowy and smacked her butt. Snowy shuddered and was furious, but when she turned around and saw Zier, her furious little face turned into that of an aggrieved child, and she shot Zier a pitiable look. Zier felt bad. She rubbed Snowy's head, and then took Snowy in her arms and left the room. At this moment, only Yan Yi and Bai Jixian were left here. Bai Jixian sat by the bed and stroked Yan Ye's face gently while looking at him with slight infatuation. A long time passed before Bai Jixian suddenly started undoing her dress. Meanwhile, in the outside world, an invisible wave of pressure suddenly enveloped the entire city. Everyone in the city looked up with astonishment. Hand over Yan Yi. Refuse and everyone in this city dies. An icy cold voice resounded through the sky. In a hall within the city governor walked over to a statue and knelt down slowly. This unfilial descendant has no choice but to disturb you, ancestor. Crack! The statue suddenly cracked open. Chapter 23:35 Then Let's Fight. Chapter 23:35 Then Let's Fight. The statue cracked open and an ethereal figure appeared here. It was a middle-aged man in an embroidered robe. He was tall, and he carried a dignified air. It was the founder of White Emperor City, White Emperor. A long time passed before he opened his eyes slowly and looked up into the sky. His gaze seemed like it could see through the entire eternal border. Ancestor! The city governor knelt down. White Emperor withdrew his gaze and said, Why has my White Emperor City fallen to such an extent? The city governor hesitated for a moment and replied, We once had two extraordinary ancestors in our clan, but they had different thoughts and started to engage in internal strife. The city governor gradually explained what had happened many years ago. Internal strife. White Emperor closed his eyes slowly. Fools! The city governor didn't dare to say anything in response. Both of them were his ancestors, so he had no right to judge them. The White Emperor looked up into the sky. For true world realms and a world lord. No, he hasn't truly formed a world within himself, so he's just half of it. A half-step world lord. Interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, a white-robed old man appeared before him. The old man had a tiny character on his left chest. The old man glanced at White Emperor and said, Senior White Emperor, my immortal estate isn't acting against White Emperor City, we just want Yan Yi. If you hand him over, well, leave immediately. While he was a half-step world lord, he was nothing before the White Emperor who once commanded great power. Yan Yi? White Emperor gazed at the city governor. The city governor hesitated for a moment and said, My daughter's husband. A member of White Emperor City. White Emperor looked at the old man. White Emperor City may have fallen into decline, but it isn't something just anyone can bully. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and the world shook violently. After that, an invisible wave of pressure slammed down upon the old man. Hiss! 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 The space around the old man was suddenly ignited, and then strands of faint flames enveloped the old man. In just an instant, the old man had instantly turned ethereal. The old man was horrified. Igniting the quintessence. As soon as he said that, a golden scale appeared above him, but it only took a moment for it to start burning. However, the scale had emanated a ray of dazzling golden light that enveloped the old man. At the same time, the old man turned around and vanished into the sky. White Emperor glanced at the burning scale. While it was burning, it hadn't been harmed at all. White Emperor spoke softly. The primal true dragon. His luck isn't bad to have obtained a scale of its. He looked up slowly as he spoke. Meanwhile, some experts in the shadows vanished. White Emperor closed his eyes slowly. Show yourself! Bang! A powerful aura suddenly surged out far away in the sky, and then the ethereal face of a middle-aged man appeared there. At the end of the sky, a face looked down at White Emperor and smiled. I didn't expect this trivial matter to alarm you, brother White Emperor. I'm quite curious myself. White Emperor spoke softly. What did this son-in-law of my White Emperor city do to make the former second on the divine rankings show himself? Godless heaven! Godless heaven! The city governor's expression instantly changed when he heard White Emperor. All those years ago, it was a name that everyone in Eternal Border knew. Hundreds of years ago, Godless Heaven had attained the World Lord realm, and he was probably even stronger now. Godless Heaven smiled. Brother White Emperor, your son-in-law isn't ordinary at all. He annihilated all the experts at the true Tao realm and above from the 6 clans, and he even killed a true World Realm expert of my immortal estate with a single attack. His natural talent is something that even we can't compare to. After all, he's only at the progenitor realm right now. A progenitor killed a true World Realm expert? White Emperor frowned slightly, and then he looked down at the city governor. The latter nodded slightly. A trace of interest appeared in White Emperor's eyes. Where is he? Let me take a look at him. The city governor replied solemnly. A half-step World Lord heavily injured him, and he's recuperating now. He paused for a moment and continued. That half-step World Lord was heavily injured and fled in defeat too. At this moment, the more outstanding Yang Yi was, the greater his chances to survive would be. Because if Yang Yi was a useless piece of trash, then not to mention White Emperor, even he wouldn't help. Saving a useless piece of trash by risking the entire White Emperor city? Only an idiot would do that. White Emperor nodded slightly. He sounds quite capable. He looked up at Godless Heaven. I presume your immortal estate fears him, right? Sort of. Godless Heaven smiled. We have to fear geniuses like him. All right, let's stop the chit-chat. Our main bodies aren't in this world, so it's impossible for us to fight. How about you just hand him over, and my immortal estate will leave immediately. We won't step foot into White Emperor City again, all right? Hand over Yang Yi and White Emperor City lives. That was what Godless Heaven meant. Meanwhile, Godless Heaven added, Of course, if your main body comes here, my immortal estate will naturally leave. Unfortunately, your main body probably won't come here at a time like this, right? White Emperor closed his eyes slowly. The city governor's face fell. Obviously, White Emperor was giving it thought. Protect Yang Yi? If he could, he would naturally try to protect a genius like that. But could he? Had only left a strand of his soul here, and driving away that old man from before could be said to be his limit. It could be said that if they had no other trump card, White Emperor City would be buried with Yang Yi. If it was impossible to protect Yang Yi, yet he still insisted on doing so, then he would clearly be quite stupid. A long time passed before White Emperor slowly opened his eyes again. He was about to speak when a young man in a green robe suddenly walked out slowly from a hall down below. The man walked quite slowly, like an aged old man. There was a blood-red saber in his right grasp. The saber was being dragged against the ground. Besides that, there was a gourd by his waist. At this moment, everyone gazed at him. It was none other than Yang Yi. Not too far away within the hall, a woman was staring at Yang Yi's back without blinking. She was Bai Jixian. The city governor glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Had done everything he could. White Emperor sized up Yang Yi and asked, You're Yang Yi? Yang Yi stopped, looked up at White Emperor, and said, Thank you for what you did just now. However, allow me to deal with the rest. You? White Emperor chuckled. Young man, how will you deal with it? Do you know that there are at least 3 true World Realm experts and a half-step World Lord out there? Besides that, there are other hidden auras watching from the shadows. I presume all of them have you as their targets. I'm really curious, how will you deal with it? Yang Yi cracked a smile. Then, Senior, what do you think I should do? White Emperor shook his head. There's no answer to this situation, none at all. If my main body was here, there would be a chance. Unfortunately, it's too far away. Yang Yi smiled. No matter what, thank you for what you did earlier. Now it's my own business, so let me deal with it. Yang Yi walked slowly out of the city. Yang Yi! Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. It was Bai Jixian. Yang Yi stopped. He didn't turn around and said, Jixian, you've done enough. Now leave the rest to me. You must realize that protecting White Emperor City is your duty too. You can't allow it to fall into a hopeless situation just for me. Yang Yi walked out of the city. White Emperor closed his eyes slowly. He didn't stop Yang Yi. If he were being honest, he quite admired Yang Yi's actions. Being able to take responsibility like that at a time like this was what a true man would do. If his main body was here, he would definitely try to protect Yang Yi. But the problem was that his main body wasn't here. So, taking action now would make no difference, and it would cause the destruction of White Emperor City instead. Because the Immortal Estate would have a just reason to annihilate them. They feared him, but they were not terrified of him. If it really came to it, Immortal Estate would definitely dare to slaughter White Emperor City. In the beginning, he thought it was just a small conflict, but now that had seen even godless heaven here, he knew that it wasn't that simple. It wasn't that he refused to help, he couldn't. Just like that, Yang Yi walked out of White Emperor City while everyone watched him. At the moment he stepped foot out of the city, countless divine senses locked onto him. In the sky, godless heaven sized up Yang Yi and said, A true young genius. How about we do this? If you're willing to submit to my immortal estate and hand over the primordial acts of creation, then I can allow bygones to be bygones. What do you think? Yang Yi looked up at him and smiled. I think that a person should always keep their back straight. He closed his eyes slowly at this point. I, Yang Yi, would rather die standing than live on my knees. He suddenly opened his eyes at this point, and then he pointed his blood-red saber at godless heaven. If it's a fight that the immortal estate wants, then a fight it shall have. Chapter 23:36 The True Tao Realm. Chapter 23:36 The True Tao Realm. If you want to fight, then fight we shall. His voice rumbled like a thunderclap through the clouds. Godless heaven's eyes narrowed slightly. They were right, you must die. Brother Godless Heaven! Suddenly, White Emperor spoke abruptly. We haven't met in a long time, so let's have a long chat. He waved his right hand once he finished speaking. Bang! The entire layer of clouds in the sky was obliterated. White Emperor and Godless Heaven vanished on the spot. Obviously, White Emperor had decided to act in the end. However, he left some room to maneuver. If he didn't help and Godless Heaven acted against Yang Yi, then Yang Yi would have no chance, not even the chance to flee. But if Godless Heaven couldn't act against Yang Yi, then the latter would have a tiny chance. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then a faint red light arose around him. Meanwhile, a droplet of blood was ceaselessly flowing around invincible. Slaughter! Actually, Yang Yi's slaughter intent was more suited to his saber and not his sword. After all, the saber in his grasp was a saber of slaughter. Bang! Meanwhile, a terrifying aura pressed down from above, and it seemed like the sky was collapsing. It was absolutely suffocating. Using the aura to pressure him, Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot down. Bang! The space beneath his feet collapsed, and he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot up into the sky. After that, a ray of saber energy shot down from above. Life isolation. The saber energy was over 3 kilometers long, and it slashed through everything in its path as it shot down. Boom! A dazzling ray of golden light suddenly flashed out from a point in space, and then it shot up into the air toward Yang Yi's saber energy. Boom! As soon as they collided, they exploded apart, and the aftershock of their collision rippled through the world. An old man and Yang Yi stood in confrontation from afar in midair. The old man was the same half-step world lord from the immortal estate who'd been driven away by White Emperor earlier. Once they knew how strong Yang Yi was, the immortal estate would naturally not be foolish enough to send true world realm experts. It could be said that besides half-step world lords, even true world realm would only be giving their lives away if they fought Yang Yi. However, the old man's face was solemn right now, because he noticed that the young man before him was much stronger than had expected. Suddenly, the old man's pupils constricted, and a ray of blood-red light flashed before his eyes. It was Yang Yi. The old man squatted down slightly, and then he flipped both his palms upward. Bang! In an instant, the space before him was lifted up, and then the blood-red saber energy which had just arrived before him was flipped up as well. A moment later, he twisted his right hand. Bang! He slammed a punch forward, and an energy fist surged out. Everywhere it passed, space was obliterated, inch by inch. At the same time, the powerful energy it emanated instantly caused the sky to tremble violently. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a figure was blasted away. It was Yang Yi's figure. Once he pushed Yang Yi back, the old man didn't stop. His figure vanished on the spot. Hiss! 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 Once he vanished, the entire sky was torn open in layers. The rifts grew larger and larger, and their target was Yang Yi's position. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He took Invincible in both hands as he took half a step forward with his right foot, and then he stomped it down. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed. Slash! A furious howl resounded in the sky, and then a dazzling ray of blood-red saber energy flashed down like a bolt of lightning. Boom! As soon as it descended, the space in the sky collapsed and was obliterated. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's expression changed because numerous strands of powerful energy were surging toward him from the surroundings. In the black hole, Yang Yi raised Invincible slowly with both hands, and then he swung it down. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted away again. At the instant that happened, the old man appeared within his vision again. The old man glanced coldly at Yang Yi's flying figure, and then a golden flying blade suddenly appeared in his right grasp. An instant later, it shook violently and transformed into a ray of golden light that shot at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was shocked because he sensed a strong sense of danger coming from it. He didn't dare to act carelessly. Yang Yi's profound energy circulated madly. At the same time, his profound primal energy circulated madly too. It didn't take long for his profound primal energy, and slaughter intent to surge into the saber. Meanwhile, the golden flying blade had arrived before him. Yang Yi raised his saber with both hands and chopped down. Clang! An ear-piercing explosion resounded. Crack! A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi's arms suddenly cracked open, causing blood to spray. At the same time, his figure was blasted away with his saber. Swoosh! Meanwhile, the golden flying blade shot after Yang Yi again. At this moment, the space in the surroundings had been repaired by some sort of laws. However, once the flying blade shot through it, the newly repaired space actually collapsed, inch by inch, again. Everything was blasted into bits. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and stopped in midair. He closed his eyes slowly as he gazed at the flying blade that was shooting at him, and then he suddenly placed his right hand on his waist when it arrived just around 3 m away. Swoosh! An expanse of light rippled forth. Hidden blade. At this instant, 100 rays of saber energy slammed against the flying blade. Madness saber technique. The reason he used hidden blade was that he was utterly incapable of using madness saber technique with Invincible. It stressed upon speed, but Invincible stressed upon power. Most importantly, he wasn't able to fully control Invincible yet. While he didn't have the madness intent anymore, the attack had forcefully stopped the golden flying blade. But it wasn't easy for Yang Yi because his arms were trembling right now. Suddenly, another ray of golden light flashed. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically. He stomped his right foot down and moved 300 m back. Meanwhile, A ray of golden light had arrived before him. Another flying blade. Yang Yi swung hidden blade madly with his right hand. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly, but every single explosion pushed Yang Yi at least 300 m back. Just like that, it took less than a breath of time for Yang Yi to be pushed almost 10 kilometers away by the flying blades. Once he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. The old man raised his palms, and the two golden flying blades immediately appeared there. They just floated quietly above his palms. The old man gazed at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. Yang Yi, do you know what they are? Yang Yi looked up at the old man, wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and remained silent. The old man laughed coldly. These two flying blades were made from the bones of a primal true dragon. They are unbreakable, and they possess the strength of the primal true dragon. Such power isn't something a tiny progenitor like you can resist. Right, aren't you strongest with the sword? Come, let me see if your sword can stop this move of mine. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 strands of golden light surged out from within him and entered the flying blades. A moment later, they shook violently and transformed into rays of golden light that shot at Yang Yi. Hiss! Hiss! 2 long rays of golden light appeared in the sky. Everywhere they passed, space couldn't endure them at all and was instantly obliterated. However, Yang Yi still showed no intent to draw his sword. Suddenly, a white and fluffy little head emerged from Yang Yi's chest. Snowy! Snowy gazed at the golden flying blades, blinked, and then stretched out her paws. The old man frowned as he wondered what the heck Yang Yi was doing. The flying blades grew closer and closer, but Yang Yi still showed no intent to attack. However, he clearly had his guard up, and powerful fluctuations of energy were rippling around him. Just like that, the blades arrived before Yang Yi and Snowy. After that, everyone watched with astonishment as they stopped just an inch away from Yang Yi's forehead. Meanwhile, a pair of paws grabbed them. Everyone was stunned by this scene, including the old man. Snowy glanced at the blades in her grasp, and then she struck them together. Clang! Clang! They emanated 2 strands of golden energy, but they didn't harm Snowy at all. Snowy played with them for a moment, and then she put them by her waist and fled into the primordial pagoda. The old man was stunned on the spot. The old man wasn't the only one, all the experts in the surroundings were stunned. Those 2 flying blades were gone just like that. Impossible! Meanwhile, a ferocious expression appeared on the old man's face. Impossible! That's impossible! I spent almost 100 years nourishing them. They became one with me a long time ago. They would never betray me, never! You! Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of the old man. At this moment, the hidden blade had been exchanged for the sword supreme. At the same time, the sword gourd on Yang Yi's waist suddenly emanated a wave of powerful sword intent that surged into Yang Yi's body. Boom! A wave of powerful sword intent suddenly swept out from Yang Yi and surged into the sword supreme. True Tao Realm sword intent. Moreover, a powerful aura surged out of Yang Yi with the sword intent. The sword domain. Yang Yi's attack hadn't even descended fully when another attack descended. 2 attacks. 2 overlapped attacks. Bang! As soon as his sword descended, the space in a huge area collapsed. An expanse of pitch black filled the surroundings. The old man was astounded, and disbelief filled his eyes. He didn't have the time to think, so 2 golden scales immediately appeared above him. At the same time, countless rays of golden light surged out from him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's attack descended. Bang! The scales above him shattered while the golden light around him collapsed as well. After that, the old man was blasted flying. In the air, his body collapsed, inch by inch, and it took just an instant for just his soul to remain. The surroundings fell silent. A moment of silence ensued before a low voice resounded. That isn't the progenitor realm, it's the true Tao realm. Chapter 2337 Immortal Estate. I'm coming! Chapter 2337 Immortal Estate. I'm coming. The True Tao Realm. At this moment, Yan Yi wasn't at the progenitor realm, he was at the True Tao Realm. It was just a single realm, but it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth to Yan Yi. The old man didn't flee. He stared at Yan Yi and said, "You really hit it well. You only exposed it at the last minute." Yan Yi didn't waste his breath and just waved his sword. Swoosh! A ray of light pierced through the old man's soul. The old man's soul collapsed, but it didn't take long for Invincible to completely absorb it. Once it finished absorbing the old man's soul, Invincible immediately started trembling violently. Yan Yi gazed at Invincible with shock, and he wondered what the heck was going on. Invincible was trembling more and more rapidly. In the end, it actually struggled free of his grasp. Bang! A ray of blood-red light flashed through the surroundings. Yan Yi was at a loss for words. In the sky, Invincible was trembling more and more rapidly while countless vengeful spirits surrounded it. Just like that, the aura it emanated gradually grew stronger and stronger. Finally, it arrived at a breaking point. Bang! Countless rays of blood-red light rippled out, and then the sky was instantly dyed red. A pseudo-divine treasure! Meanwhile, a voice resounded in Yang Yi's ears. Yan Yi looked over, and he saw White Emperor. But at this moment, White Emperor's body was extremely ethereal, and his voice was very weak. Yan Yi spoke softly. "Senior!" White Emperor shook his head slightly. "Since you're with a descendant of mine, so you're considered a member of my White Emperor city, and I can't just stand by idly. However, I can't do much. It's more than enough for me," Yan Yi replied softly. If White Emperor hadn't kept Godless Heaven away, his current strength would probably be insufficient to deal with Godless Heaven. White Emperor grinned, and then he gazed at Invincible. "There are two types of treasures in this world. One of them are divine treasures, and they are mostly treasures that were born naturally in the world, those that are born together with the universe or even before the universe. Every single universe is able to give birth to such divine treasures. Of course, some don't. There is naturally no need to explain how strong they are. I'm ashamed to say that after living for so many years, I've never possessed a single divine treasure, and I only have a pseudo-divine treasure." He paused for a moment at this point and continued. "As for the other type, they are sacred treasures, just like these two sabers and that sword of yours. They are sacred treasures, and they were created by man. They can't be compared to natural divine treasures, but their might is extremely extraordinary. As for your saber, it has improved." "Improved?" Yan Yi was puzzled. "They can improve?" White Emperor nodded. "Why can't they?" "Everything in the world can cultivate. Some flowers, plants, or even trees can cultivate to the point of gaining intelligence, let alone these sacred treasures. However, it's very, very difficult for them to improve. If I'm not wrong, this saber of yours absorbed the blood of countless experts and innumerable vengeful spirits in the past, and it may have even absorbed the blood of a primal demon. Otherwise, just the blood and soul of a half-step world lord wouldn't be sufficient for it to evolve into a pseudo-divine treasure." Yan Yi waved his right hand and Invincible immediately flew into his grasp, and a smile curled up on his face as he gazed at it. It was different indeed. Now, it felt like it could slash open the world. Meanwhile, White Emperor suddenly said, "Besides the immortal estate, you must watch out for." Swoosh! White Emperor's ethereal body exploded apart. He shot a glance to the side at the instant his body exploded. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced at the surroundings, but he discovered nothing. Yan Yi chuckled and said, "I don't care what power you're from, how powerful that power is, or what kind of experts you have." Ferocity covered Yan Yi's face at this point, and he continued, "I'm telling you right now. I, Yan Yi, am not afraid. I never ever think that I'm killing too many." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi entered White Emperor City. No one hiding in the shadows attacked. Attack? Yan Yi had just killed a half-step world lord. While had played some tricks, it was still his strength that allowed it to happen. It could be said that no one would dare to act against him now until they had a foolproof method. They had only eliminated White Emperor because they were afraid that he would expose them. It didn't take long for the countless experts in the shadows to leave. At this moment, they didn't dare to act arbitrarily. In the sky above White Emperor's city, the city governor fell silent. He knew that this wasn't the end. Before Yang Yi arrived, the powers of Eternal Border had balanced between them, and it could be said that there was an invisible system between them. But after Yang Yi arrived, had broken the balance and destroyed the system. One who challenged the system was like a commoner who tried to rebel against the emperor. What was the system in Eternal Border? It was compromise, and the lack of tolerance to resistance. But Yang Yi had resisted them. White Emperor City. In the Primordial Pagoda. Once he returned to the Primordial Pagoda, Snowy immediately appeared before him and pounced into his arms before ceaselessly rubbing her head against his chest. Yang Yi felt quite lucky as he gazed at her. As far as Sword Scroll, Jian Yu, and the others were concerned, Yang Yi was absolutely fortunate to possess Snowy, but they didn't know that being able to meet Yang Yi was Snowy's absolute fortune too. A short while later, Snowy suddenly stretched out her paws before him, and the two golden flying blades were on them. They were the flying blades she took from the old man just now. Yang Yi's face was quite solemn as he gazed at them. They weren't ordinary. If Snowy hadn't taken them away just now, the old man may have been able to survive the battle with him. Because those flying blades were on par with Hidden Blade and Invincible. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and took them. Flying blades were still a type of saber. After he took them, he turned around and gazed at Su Qingshi and the others. All of them were here. Su Qingshi, Xiao Yushi, Qin Siye, Lu Weiner, Zhuang Weiren, Yan Yanxiu, and Yan Yao. He hadn't accompanied his family for a very, very long time. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi suddenly said, "Go to Jixian." "By Jixian." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. "All right." Outside the Primordial Pagoda, Yang Yi went to a hall, and within it was a woman in a white dress. "By Jixian." Yang Yi walked over to her side. He didn't say a word and just wrapped his arm around her waist. Bai Zixian's figure stiffened. A long time passed before she spoke softly. "I thought you would thank me. If you did, then our relationship is over." If Yang Yi said thank you, it would be a form of insult to her. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "I remember everything that happened in the secret realm." Bai Jixian couldn't help but blush. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "I have to leave White Emperor City." She suddenly turned around. Yang Yi spoke softly. "If I stay, White Emperor City will become the battlefield. So, I must leave." She fell silent. Yang Yi pulled her out of the hall, and then he looked up at the distant sky. "White Emperor City has Senior White Emperor, so they will think twice about attacking. But if I stay, they won't worry about Senior White Emperor. So, I must leave. As for you, you can't stay either. They know about our relationship, so you'll be in danger if you stay." He gazed at her and continued. "So, are you willing to leave with me?" He had to take her with him. He couldn't rest at ease knowing she was here, and her presence would be a calamity to White Emperor City. "Go with him." Meanwhile, a voice came from the side. Bai Jixian looked over and saw her father. The old man spoke softly. "After what just happened, staying is very dangerous. Of course, staying with this kid is probably not safe either. But it's better than staying here." Those powers would fear Yang Yi, but they wouldn't fear White Emperor City. After all, White Emperor wasn't here. Bai Jixian suddenly asked, "What about the rest of you?" The old man chuckled. "If both you and Yang Yi aren't here, they won't come." Bai Jixian thought for a long time and nodded. Just as they'd said, White Emperor City would be in greater danger if she stayed. Just like that, Yang Yi's group left White Emperor City. Su Qingshi and the others remained in the Primordial Pagoda. Outside White Emperor City, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished into the sky. Once Yang Yi left, Numerous auras immediately left the sky above the city. An hour later, the sword ruins. A ray of light descended, and it dispersed to reveal Yang Yi's figure. Yang Yi walked over to Jian Yu. She was seated cross-legged on the ground with the huge sword stabbed in the ground by her side. Besides that, she was emanating a strand of powerful sword intent. True Dao Realm sword intent. It was actual true Dao Realm sword intent. Yang Yi gazed at her in silence. A long time passed before she spoke softly. The estate, 2 cities, 3 sects, and 6 clans of Eternal Border aren't all the powers here. There are some others that remain hidden. However, they aren't interested in most things within Eternal Border. They are only interested in the Eternal River. My Jian clan was once one of them. My personal suggestion is to avoid offending them. Offend them? Yang Yi smiled. I didn't offend them, they are offending me. Look, even my Bodhi tree is gone. Bear with it. She looked him in the eyes. You don't have the strength or ability to fight them now. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slowly. I can't bear with it. Jian Yu stood up and walked over to him. My Jian clan has declined, but to be honest, if my Jian clan decides to kill you, then we're definitely capable of accomplishing that. You can't even overcome my Jian clan, so on what basis are you refusing to bear with it? Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Even if I bear with it, do you think they'll spare me? Even if I give them all the treasures I have, do you think they'll spare me? She replied. Then run. Yang Yi chuckled. And be a coward? She closed her eyes slowly. You'll die if you don't run. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. In the end, he smiled. What's there to fear? Forget life and death, just fight if you're unhappy. Immortal estate, I'm coming. Ha ha! As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Chapter 23:38 Is Yang Yi still alive? Chapter 23:38 Is Yang Yi still alive? The sword ruins. Jian Yu fell silent for a long time before sitting down slowly. Flee? Actually, she was very well aware that the more Yang Yi tried to flee, the worse it would be for him. Those people who feared him, or wanted to take his treasures, would never allow such a genius to escape from their fields of vision. If a genius like Yang Yi was allowed to cultivate behind closed doors for 10 years, could anyone endure his revenge? Moreover, even if Yang Yi fled, he had nowhere to go. Unless he went to the other side of the Eternal River. However, if Yang Yi did that, he would be giving his life away. A hopeless situation. Yang Yi was in a hopeless situation right now. Far away in the sky. Yang Yi shot through the sky on his sword, and space was torn open in his wake. The Immortal Estate. His destination was the Immortal Estate. Flee? If fleeing could solve problems, he wouldn't mind doing so. But he was very well aware that he had nowhere to run. Unless he fled back to the large universe. However, how would he accomplish that without a teleportation formation? And what could he do upon returning? So long as he refused to hand over the primordial pagoda and primordial acts of creation, those powers, including the Immortal Estate, would never let him go. He understood the situation that he was in, and his choice was mutual destruction. A sword howl resounded incessantly through the sky. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy appeared in the distant sky. Yang Yi frowned and stopped. A moment later, an old man appeared before him. Yang Yi was surprised. You! The old man was the governor of Sword Sky City, Fentianyu. Fentianyu sized up Yang Yi and smiled. Long time no see, Brother Yang! Yang Yi sized up the old man and smiled. It isn't wise to come see me now. Fentianyu shook his head slightly. It's fine. I'm here because I have something to give you. Huh? Yang Yi was quite curious. What? Fentianyu grinned and tapped his finger forward. A black rock appeared before Yang Yi, and then a ray of dark light dispersed from it. A short while later, a dark screen of light appeared in front of Yang Yi. On the screen was an expanse of clouds. Around 3 breaths of time later, 2 figures flashed through it. Yang Ye's expression instantly changed. He recognized those figures. It was in Nanjing and the martial emperor. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Where are they? Fan Tianyu spoke solemnly. World Mountain. Yang Ye asked. What's that? Fan Tianyu replied solemnly. A teleportation formation that leads to all worlds. Yang Ye was puzzled. All worlds? Fan Tianyu explained. You should be aware that the powers in Eternal Border are from various different universes. Like my Sword Sky City is from a universe called the Eternal Stream Universe. World Mountain is a teleportation formation the great powers of this world jointly built to teleport to all the worlds. The Xion clan participated in it too. In other words, it can reach the large universe as well. Yang Ye asked, which universe did they go to? Fan Tianyu replied solemnly. Divine Martial World. Obviously, he knew Yang Ye had never heard of this world, so he took the initiative to explain. You probably haven't heard of it. In the beginning, Eternal Border didn't have its divine rankings, the divine martial rankings, but it appeared later on because of a man called Xiao Shenwu. He was from Divine Martial World, and he challenged the experts of Eternal Border once he arrived here. In the end, he practically defeated all of them. Yang Ye asked, what happened after that? Fan Tianyu said, he created the divine martial rankings, and he ranked himself at the second position. Yang Ye asked, so that no one would dare to call themselves the first? Fan Tianyu, that's what he intended. He can be said to be a legend of Eternal Border. Actually, if you can around 10 years later, you would probably create another legend. Unfortunately, you're too young right now. Yang Ye grinned and spoke softly. Where did Xiao Shenwu go in the end? Fan Tianyu replied, the Eternal River. Yang Ye glanced at the sky and said, don't forget to tell me if you get more information about her. Fan Tianyu nodded. Of course. He hesitated for a moment at this point and continued. Young brother Yang, are you going to the Immortal Estate? Yang Ye nodded. Fan Tianyu spoke softly. Based on your current strength, if you take a step back now, the Immortal Estate won't be able to stop you in the future. Yang Ye grinned. That's what the Immortal Estate and all those fellows in the shadows think. Farewell. He transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Fan Tianyu was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed bitterly. He understood now. Everyone knew that if Yang Ye fled, no one could stop him once he returned. He was very terrifying now, but he would be even more terrifying in the future. So if Yang Ye fled now, they would all join forces to kill him. They would never give him a chance to flee. But what if Yang Ye didn't run? They wouldn't join forces, and they would just watch as Yang Ye fought the Immortal Estate, and they would only step forward to reap the rewards once both Yang Ye and the Immortal Estate were heavily injured. So, Yang Ye would definitely die if he fled, but he had a huge chance to survive if he didn't. Fan Tianyu sighed softly and left. Actually, he hadn't just come here to tell Yang Ye about Nanjing, had come for another reason, and it was to reveal World Mountain to Yang Ye, so that Yang Ye would flee there and use the teleportation formation there to escape. Yang Ye would be more useful to Sword Sky City while he was alive. Unfortunately, this matter was much more complicated than had ever imagined. 2 hours later. Immortal Source Abode. Immortal Source Above was where the Immortal Estate resided. It was called the Immortal Source Above because it had a spirit vein, a massive spirit vein here. The presence of this spirit vein made the spirit energy in the Immortal Estate far surpass any other place in both purity and amount. Moreover, there was a rumor in Eternal Border that the Immortal Estate's spirit vein might be on the verge of advancement. Spirit veins were divided into different levels in all universes. In Eternal Border, they were divided into spirit veins, sacred veins, immortal veins, and divine veins. Divine veins only existed on the other side of the Eternal River. Because it was impossible to give birth to divine veins without eternal energy. Of course, it wasn't an absolute law. The spirit vein possessed by the Immortal Estate was a sacred vein, and it would become an immortal vein if it advanced further. If it really did advance into an immortal vein, then it would be a source of great fortune to the cultivators of the Immortal Estate. Cultivation required 3 things: resources, backing, and talent. If the sacred vein really became an immortal vein, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinary resource. At the very least, the starting point of the experts from the immortal estate would be much, much higher than the cultivators from the other powers. Once Yang Yi arrived at immortal source above, he sensed how extraordinary the spirit energy here was. The spirit energy here may be unable to compete with his primordial violet energy, but it was much, much better than the spirit energy available anywhere else. If a person cultivated in such a place from birth, that person would be starting at a much, much higher position than others in the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, Snowy emerged from Yang Yi's chest. She glanced at the surroundings, blinked, and seemed to be searching for something. Yang Yi grinned, patted her on the head, and said, "Head inside for now. Come out again once I'm done with my business here, all right?" Snowy blinked, and then she pointed into the distance to display that there was a treasure over there. Yang Yi glanced in that direction and smiled. "Well, steal it late." "Oh no, I meant well, take it later." Snowy hurriedly nodded to display her agreement, and then she returned within the primordial pagoda. Once Snowy entered the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi looked off into the distance. There was a mountain there that towered into the sky and was surrounded by clouds. Mysterious beasts frequently flew by it, and endless streams of water descended from the edge of its peak. They were like water dragons that painted a magnificent sight. Around the entire mountain were flying swords that frequently shot by as they circled the entire mountain. Yang Yi could faintly see an estate at the top of the mountain. A golden estate. The immortal estate. That was the number one power on the surface in the eternal border. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and a long time passed before he walked slowly toward the mountain. He walked very slowly as if he was an ordinary person. Suddenly, countless divine senses descended upon him from time to time. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped and turned around. "I'll kill the next person who sweeps me with their divine sense." He glanced coldly into the distance, and walked toward the immortal estate. No more divine senses swept toward him. Once Yang Yi left, a voice came from a point in space. "How arrogant!" "Arrogant? Hee, then why don't you go fight him one-on-one?" "What? You don't dare?" Someone spoke abruptly. "He's just an ant." The first voice spoke coldly. "Let me see how hell turn this hopeless situation around." Someone asked. "What if he really can? If he succeeds, Yi Tianhua will eat 5 kilograms of shit." The voice added. "The watery kind." Everyone was speechless. Yang Yi got closer and closer to the mountain, but no one stopped him. Just like that, Yang Yi got closer to the immortal estate. Meanwhile, extremely far away at the initial grounds, one of the teleportation formations shook violently, and then a black shadow flashed out from within it. The black shadow was Ling Su, who'd gone to the large universe. He was also the one and only remaining true Tao realm expert of the Xiuan clan. Once he emerged, he howled with fury. "Patriarch! Elders! Quickly deactivate the teleportation formation! Hurry! Now!" However, he received no reply. Because they weren't here anymore. Meanwhile, a young girl suddenly walked out of the teleportation formation. Ling Zu's countenance turned pale from the sight of her. She glanced coldly at the surroundings, and then she waved her right hand. Bang! Ling Su exploded apart and was obliterated. Countless experts of the Xiuan clan were shocked by this. The young girl closed her eyes slowly, placed her hands behind her back, and remained silent. A long time passed before a powerful aura enveloped the entire area, and then she suddenly asked, "Is Yang Yi still alive?" Chapter 2339 Snowy. Get them. Chapter 2339 Snowy. Get them. Yang Yi? The old man was stunned and hurriedly said, "He's alive! He's alive!" The young girl asked, "Where is he?" The old man replied, "He should be at the immortal source abode, the base of the immortal estate." At this point, the old man hesitated for a moment and added, "It's best if you go soon. Because his life is probably in danger. The young girl opened her eyes. The old man lowered his head slightly and didn't dare to meet her gaze. She glanced at the surroundings and said, "Which way?" The old man quickly pointed to the right. A moment later, she vanished on the spot, and the powerful aura that enveloped the Xuan clan vanished without a trace. The entire Xuan clan heaved a sigh of relief. That pressure had been too terrifying. It wasn't something the Xuan clan could resist at all. The Immortal Estate. At this moment, Yang Yi was at the foot of the mountain, and he still encountered no obstruction. Suddenly, Yang Yi kicked with his right foot. Hiss! He shot up into the air like a shadow, and it only took him an instant to reach the peak of the mountain. As soon as he descended there, Yang Yi drew the saber on his back, and the mountain shook violently. He looked up at the Immortal Estate and laughed ferociously. "Didn't you want to kill me? I've come to you, so where are all of you? Come kill me!" His voice was like a thunderclap that surged through the area. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear before Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, you should be aware of the current situation. Why benefit others just for a moment of satisfaction?" Obviously, the Immortal Estate was aware that the others were waiting for Yang Yi to drag the Immortal Estate down with him. "Benefit others?" Yang Yi laughed coldly. "In any case, I'm dead. So, I naturally plan to kill everyone who once harmed me before I die." "Yang Yi!" The middle-aged man's face turned cold. "Are you, cut the crap! I'm here to kill, not to talk." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi appeared before the middle-aged man, and then a blood-red saber slammed down at the man's head. A ray of blood-red light rippled through the surroundings. The middle-aged man's face turned gloomy when he saw Yang Yi attack, and he stomped his foot down and moved 300 m back. The saber struck the ground. Bang! The entire mountain shook violently, and a very long rift appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't stop after missing. He transformed into a ray of blood-red light that charged at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to fight Yang Yi at all, and he immediately tapped his right foot down and moved around 300 m back again. But as soon as he stopped, a golden flying blade appeared in front of him. His eyes opened wide when he saw the flying blade. Hiss! A ray of golden light flashed through his forehead. Blood sprayed. The middle-aged man's figure stiffened on the spot. A golden flying blade floated quietly behind him. Yang Yi walked over to the middle-aged man and put the flying blade away, and then he walked off into the distance. Suddenly, the entire mountain shook violently, and then the flying swords that circled it shot up into the air before descending upon Yang Yi in succession. Yang Yi stopped. Meanwhile, a flying sword had arrived above him. Yang Yi raised the saber with both hands and swung it upward. Violent and simple. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was pushed backward repeatedly while Invincible trembled in his grasp. It wasn't just Invincible that was trembling. His arm was shaking too. However, that wasn't the end of it. Another flying sword had arrived before him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he hurled Invincible with both hands. Hiss! The saber shot forward. As soon as the sword and saber collided, a wave of powerful energy rippled out, and then Invincible was blasted backward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi soared up into the air and kicked Invincible. Bang! It stopped on the spot while the sword arrived before it. Meanwhile, an expanse of saber energy surged forward. Madness Saber Technique. Almost 100 rays of saber energy descended upon the tip of the sword, and it was forced to a stop. However, it didn't move an inch back. Meanwhile, 2 more rays of sword energy flashed, and they shot toward Yang Yi's left and right while obliterating everything in their paths. Yang Yi frowned when he sensed this. These 3 swords weren't being controlled by a person, they were being controlled by a formation, and the strength of this formation far surpassed his expectations. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think because the swords had arrived. A sword howl suddenly resounded. Yang Yi swiftly stabbed his sword both left and right, and they forced those flying swords to a stop. However, all three flying swords suddenly shook violently, and then they overlapped together. A short moment later, a ray of sword energy appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned and stabbed his sword forward. The sword domain. But it was just one swing. The swords stabbed against each other's tips. Bang! Countless rays of sword energy sprayed, and the space around Yang Yi instantly cracked open, causing sword energy to ripple toward the surroundings and tear open everything in their paths. Yang Yi held his sword against the three swords that were now one huge sword, and the four swords gradually started to tremble. It didn't take long for the three swords to start spinning abruptly. Yang Yi's expression instantly changed. Sword intent. True Tao Realm sword intent had suddenly appeared within them. Bang! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted off the mountain, but this wasn't the end of it. Three rays of sword energy flashed out and stabbed at him. At the same time, sword intent converged incessantly to them from all around the mountain. It was endless. However, the sword didn't move to strike him. Yang Yi! Suddenly, a voice resounded from deep within the mountain. Yang Yi looked up, and the voice resounded once more. This formation was created by the number 1 sword sect of the Primal Era, and these 3 swords are pseudo-divine treasures. You can't overcome them alone. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. And? Leave immediately. The voice spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, my immortal estate can stop looking for trouble with you if you leave. Yang Yi frowned. Something felt off to him because they were actually making a compromise. Suddenly, soft laughter resounded from the sky. Don't believe him. Yang Yi looked up at the sky, and he could faintly see a woman far above in the clouds. Meanwhile, she said, Young brother Yang, the immortal estate is buying time because their master is rushing back here. If he gets here, you'll probably have no chance to survive. Yang Yi glanced at the woman, and then he looked toward the depths of the mountain. I can leave if you want. Give me the heads of all your experts at the True Tao Realm and that old man in the half-step World Realm who tried to kill me, then he'll leave. He still remembered the old man who'd fought him in the sword ruins. Yang Yi, don't go too far. The voice resounded abruptly. My immortal estate isn't letting you leave because we fear you, we just don't want to be used by others. If you refuse to come to your senses, then my immortal estate, that's exactly what I'm doing. Suddenly Yang Yi spoke ferociously. Let me tell you. Everyone who hunted me down or took advantage of the situation I was in must die. If worse comes to worse, let's just die together. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of powerful sword intent swept out from him. The voice ridiculed. Die together? You! Die! As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 swords shook before Yang Yi. A sword howl resounded through the sky, and then they shot at Yang Yi. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly and patted his chest. A moment later, a fluffy little head emerged from there. Snowy! Yang Yi pointed at the 3 swords. I want them! Snowy, get them! Snowy blinked, and then she gazed at the swords that were shooting at them. A moment later, she leaped out and stretched out her paws. Countless watched with astonishment as the swords stopped just a few inches away from Yang Yi's forehead, and then the sword intent and sword energy on them dispersed before they laid firmly on Snowy's paws. All 3 of them were trembling, and seemed to be excited. Snowy looked down at them and was slightly curious. She knocked them lightly with her paws, and clear and melodious sword howls resounded from them. After playing with them for a while, Snowy seemed to have thought of something, and she summoned the sword gourd on Yang Yi's waist. After that, she pushed the 3 swords into it. In the beginning, the sword gourd was slightly against that, and the swords seemed to fear it. However, it was no problem. Once Snowy glared at them, the sword gourd was obedient. Snowy placed the 3 swords into the sword gourd, and then she flew over to Yang Yi and cracked a smile before hanging it on his waist. When it came to treasures, hers was Yang Yi's, and Yang Yi's was Yang Yi's. That was what Yang Yi had taught her, and that was what she thought was right. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head, and then he smiled. Go back inside. But Snowy shook her head. She glanced at the surroundings, and then her eyes lit up. She was about to fly into the depths of the mountain when Yang Yi swiftly grabbed her in his arms. However, she seemed to be very excited, and she kept pointing into the distance with her eyes wide open. Moreover, she kept kicking with her tiny legs and seemed like she insisted on going. Chapter 2340 Tragedy. Chapter 2340 Tragedy. Impossible! Suddenly, a voice of disbelief resounded from deep within the mountains, and then a white-haired old man suddenly appeared 300 m away from Yang Yi. The old man gazed at Snowy while disbelief filled his eyes. Snowy glanced at the old man. Meanwhile, Yang Yi slapped her butt, and she immediately turned around and rubbed her head incessantly against his chest. She was quite embarrassed. In the end, Yang Yi forced Snowy into the primordial pagoda. But when the little fellow went inside, she shot one last reluctant gaze into the distance. Impossible! The old man stared at Yang Yi. How could she have possibly taken those swords? That's absolutely... Yang Yi suddenly asked. What do I cultivate in? The old man slowly clenched his fists. Yang Yi said, Why isn't it possible? See? I'm a sword cultivator. They felt that my natural talent is extraordinary and acknowledged me as their master. Isn't that very normal? Bullshit! The old man cursed. Yang Yi, stop flattering yourself. There's definitely something wrong about that sprite lord of yours. Make her show herself. I want... Suddenly Yang Yi appeared before the old man, and then a ray of sword energy descended. The old man's expression changed slightly, and his profound energy circulated. In an instant, 2 strands of flames appeared on his arms, and then he raised them. Bang! The old man forcefully clamped down upon Yang Yi's sword. But he was pushed around 1 kilometer back by the force of the collision. As soon as he stopped himself, a golden flying blade arrived before him. The old man's expression changed drastically from the sight of this, and he crossed his arms and slammed them forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the old man was instantly blasted away. At the same time, a pair of arms flew off into the air while accompanied by pillars of blood. They were the old man's arms. The old man hadn't even stopped himself when the sound of air being torn open resounded, and then a ray of sword energy pierced through the old man's forehead. Hiss! Blood sprayed. Yang Yi lowered his sword behind the old man. Wasn't it nice to hide? You just had to show yourself. The old man's eyes were opened wide as he stared into the distance, and a short while passed before they gradually dimmed down. Once he killed the old man, Yang Yi walked slowly into the distance. Suddenly, an ethereal figure appeared near Yang Yi. It was the woman who had warned him that the immortal estate's master was on the way back. There was a thin layer of black mist around her, so it was impossible to see her appearance clearly. A strand of sword intent swept out from Yang Yi. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, Don't misunderstand. I have no intention to stop you. She paused for a moment and continued, I'm just curious about that cute pet of yours. I wasn't able to see it clearly earlier, so can you make her show herself so that I can have a good look? Yang Yi glanced at her and said, I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm really just curious. She continued, Just let me see it, all right? Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword and didn't say a word before walking toward the immortal estate. When he arrived near her, she looked at him and said, How about we make a deal? I don't want your other treasures. So long as you give that little fellow to me, then not only will I refrain from trying to seize your other precious treasures, I'll even give you a pseudo-divine treasure in exchange. Moreover, I will stop targeting you too. What do you think? Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her. Are you trying to give alms to me? She smiled. Of course not. Yang. She stopped abruptly at this point because a strand of sword energy had arrived before her. Bang! It dispersed, and she was pushed over 300 m back. Yang Yi glanced coldly at her. I don't have time to waste on you. Disturb me again and I'll kill you first before I deal with the immortal estate. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. A powerful aura suddenly swept out from her, but it didn't take long before it shrunk back again. Her icy cold voice resounded. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Yan Yi ignored her and just sped up. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to stop. There was an estate before him. It was huge, like a small city, and it was extremely quiet. Meanwhile, the door of the estate suddenly opened, and then 5 mysterious black-robed experts flashed out with spears in their grasps. A moment later, 5 spears appeared in front of Yan Yi. True Void Realm experts. All 5 of them were at the True Void Realm, but their auras were linked together like they were a single person. Yan Yi closed his eyes slowly. Bang! A ray of blood-red light surged up into the air from within Yan Yi. An instant later, Yan Yi drew the saber behind him and swung it. It was a sweeping swing that carried an overbearing force. As soon as it descended, a wave of powerful energy rippled out of Invincible, and the 5 black-robed experts were instantly pushed back repeatedly. Yan Yi, on the other hand, was pushed around 30 m back too. 5 spears suddenly tore through the air at him when had just stopped himself. Yan Yi grabbed Invincible with both hands and hurled it forward. At the same time, a saber that was as thin as a cicada's wings appeared in his grasp. The Hidden Blade. Yan Yi stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of saber energy. An instant later, countless rays of saber energy enveloped the black-robed men, and golden light frequently flashed through the saber energy too. The flying blades. 2 flying blades. Hiss! 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 Horrifying sounds of slicing resounded throughout the area. Just like that, this went on for around 10 breaths of time, and then the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Now only one person remained there, Yan Yi. Invincible was by his side, and Hidden Blade was in his grasp. Blood was dripping down incessantly from both sabers, and there were 10 corpses around him. Every corpse had been sliced into 2, and that was why they were considered as being 10. All 5 of them were dead. Yan Yi put the saber back on his back and walked toward the estate. Meanwhile, a beautiful woman appeared at the estate's entrance. Based on her outward appearance, she seemed to be around the age of 30. She wore a beautiful violet dress and had a very alluring and voluptuous figure. She glanced at him and said, Yan Yi, what do you want? Yan Yi didn't stop. Don't ask such a stupid question, all right? She stared at him. You've practically killed all the experts of my immortal estate who hunted you down, so will you still not stop? Practically all? Yan Yi chuckled. Young, so don't lie to me. I still remember an old man at the half-step world lord realm. According to my knowledge, he's still alive, right? The woman's face turned gloomy. He is alive, but you heavily injured him. He can't pose a threat to you without recuperating for a few dozen years. After all, he doesn't have primordial violet energy. So, can't you spare his life? Spare him? Yan Yi stopped and looked her in the eye while ferocity covered his face. Why didn't your immortal estate try to spare me? She remained silent. Don't tell me that I'm going to extremes and leaving no room to maneuver. Meanwhile, Yan Yi started walking toward the estate. So long as that old man at the half-step world lord realm, and all the true Dao realm, true void realm, and true world realm experts of the immortal estate are dead, I can spare the immortal estate and leave. The woman's face instantly became unsightly. Yan Yi, you want the lives of all my immortal estate's experts? Do you really think we fear you? Suddenly, Yan Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of her when he appeared again. An instant later, a ray of sword energy descended straight down. The woman's expression changed drastically, and she retreated back into the estate. Boom! A bottomless hole appeared before the estate. An instant later, Yan Yi stomped his right foot down and shot up into the air. A moment of silence ensued, and then a 3 kilometers long ray of saber energy shot straight down from the sky and sliced through the world. If one looked up from below, it was like the sky had been chopped apart. Suddenly, a huge barrier of light surged up from the estate down below, and it slammed against Yan Yi's saber energy. Boom! The saber energy shook violently, and then it exploded apart with the barrier of light, causing the entire sky to ripple. Meanwhile, a blood-red saber descended from the sky, and a blood-red mark was left in its wake. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept out from within the immortal estate. Someone spoke softly from a certain point in space. So they used it in the end? Another voice replied. The immortal estate would probably be gone if they don't. He's amazing for being able to force the immortal estate into such a corner. Indeed. At the immortal estate. Along with the appearance of the terrifying aura, Yang Ye's blood-red saber suddenly stopped in midair and seemed to have been stopped by some sort of force. A moment of silence ensued, and then a woman in an aqua-blue dress walked up into the sky from within the estate. Every step she took caused space to tremble, and the sky gradually turned ethereal before her. It didn't take long for her to arrive before the blood-red saber. She glanced at it, and then she flicked it. Clang! A clear and melodious clang resounded, and then invincible cracked open. Countless shrill cries resounded from within the saber. It was the shrill cries of the vengeful spirits within it. Chapter 23:41 Who do you think you are? Chapter 23:41 Who do you think you are? Yang Yi slowly descended from high above in the clouds. Meanwhile, the woman in the aqua-blue dress gazed at him. She sized up Yang Yi in a gaze of superiority, true superiority, like a human looking at an ant. Yang Yi waved his right hand and invincible returned to him. He fell silent as he gazed at the cracked saber before him, and a few breaths of time passed before he waved his hand and put it within the primordial pagoda. The true Tao realm! Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly. A true Tao realm cultivator actually forced my immortal estate to such an extent. She looked down at the estate below and said, Who's the current estate master? The beautiful woman from before appeared and bowed slightly to her. Founding ancestor, the estate master isn't here. But I've notified him, and he should be on the way back. She glanced at the estate below and continued. Is there no one capable left in the immortal estate? Her voice was icy cold and without any emotion. The beautiful woman was terrified, and she quickly lowered her head and didn't dare speak a word. The woman glanced coldly at the estate. In the end, she glanced at the sky. What are all of you doing here? Scram! She waved her hand lightly as she spoke. Bang! The space in a huge area shook violently, and then countless explosions resounded. At the same time, auras retreated like a receding tide. In just a few breaths of time, only Yang Yi and her remained in the sky above the immortal estate. She gazed at Yang Yi. This clone of mine can only be summoned thrice. I've been summoned twice now, and the last was because of someone called the initial emperor. He was quite the figure. But you seem to be much weaker than him. Yang Yi chuckled. I've been to the 6 clans, and I've practically met all of their ancestors. But I never expected even the immortal estate to have one. Sigh, it's really nice to have backing. Backing? All along his journey, his greatest backing had always been his father. Unfortunately, his father was gone now. Of course, he wasn't complaining about that because he'd always believed in one thing all through his journey. The best thing to rely on is always oneself. The woman placed her hands behind her back. Come, let me see if there's anything special about the geniuses of this era. Yang Yi nodded. All right. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. A ray of sword energy flashed while a sword howl surged into the sky. Everywhere it passed, space was torn open, and a huge rift was opened up in the sky above the immortal estate. The sword domain. Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly or underestimate the woman, and had immediately used the sword domain. The woman's face remained indifferent, and it was like she was looking at an ant. There was no disdain, only indifference in her eyes. When Yang Ye's sword was around 3 m away from her, she suddenly stretched out 2 fingers. Clang! Along with a clear and melodious clang, the sky suddenly fell silent. The tip of Yang Ye's sword had stopped half an inch away from her forehead, and 2 fingers had clamped down on the tip of his sword. Yan Ye's powerful attack had been forcefully stopped like that. She glanced at him and flicked lightly. Yan Yi was instantly blasted over 30 kilometers away with his sword. Crack! The space behind Yan Yi exploded apart as he flew through it, and the cracks were stretching rapidly toward the surroundings. The entire sky was like a spiderweb. The experts of the Immortal Estate were visibly delighted from the sight of this. No matter how strong Yang Yi was, he wasn't stronger than their founder, even if their founder was just a clone. The woman glanced at her hand, and there was a tiny mark on her finger. An extremely disdainful smile appeared on her face when she saw that, and she looked up at Yang Yi. Are you that weak? Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked down at the sword supreme. There were cracks all around it. While they were tiny cracks, they were still cracks. The number one sword of the large universe. This number one sword of the large universe had never been harmed, yet now, it had. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Strong! While she was just a clone, her strength far surpassed him. An expert like this wasn't someone he could fight at all. Moreover, if her main body was here, then even Anti-Veg and Wang Aria's grandfather would probably be no match for her. Flee? Yang Yi abandoned that thought as soon as it appeared to him. At the moment he chose to come to the Immortal Estate, had never thought of fleeing. He couldn't flee either. He was really in a hopeless situation. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then a strand of powerful sword intent swept out from him. True Dao Realm Sword Intent. With the sword Gord's help, had improved his sword intent to the true Dao realm, and this sword intent surged incessantly into the sword supreme. The sword supreme trembled, and a sword howl resounded through the sky. True Dao realm sword intent! The woman spoke indifferently. Coupled with your sword domain, it does make things a little interesting. I hope you don't disappoint. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy flashed. An instant later, it arrived above the woman. The sword domain. The sword domain combined with true Dao realm sword intent, and it was even 2 overlapped attacks. This time, Yang Yi had executed 2 overlap strikes. It was simply capable of obliterating the world. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, yet she still didn't dodge. At the instant Yang Yi's second swing descended, a pair of pure white hands suddenly clamped down upon his sword. Shed caught his sword, but she was pushed 3 steps back, and every step back she took caused the space beneath her to be obliterated. It was obvious how terrifying Yang Yi's attack was. But she was completely unharmed. Yang Yi held his sword with both hands. No matter how hard he pushed, his sword couldn't move down even a little. Yang Yi decisively abandoned his sword, and then an expanse of saber energy instantly enveloped her. Madness Saber Technique. Swing after swing was completely like a flash of lightning, and without even the slightest gap between them. However, every swing of Yang Yi's hit nothing but air. Every single one of them missed. It was like she knew where it would strike, so Shed moved before they even descended, so only saber energy and the sound of space being torn apart resounded. 2 breaths of time later, Yang Yi stopped. The woman was still standing before him. Her position hadn't changed at all. Moreover, she still had the sword supreme clamped between her hands. A wisp of ridicule curled up on her lips. Is that all? She flicked the sword supreme, and it shot forward. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly, and he caught the sword supreme with both hands. However, the powerful force it carries instantly blasted him away, and he flew over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi's arms cracked open and blood seeped out from them. Moreover, another wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Geniuses? Monstrous geniuses? Meanwhile, the woman suddenly laughed coldly. During my era, there were too many like you, and countless geniuses like you died at my hands. This is my final clone, and it will vanish in 2 hours. After that, nothing I left behind will remain in the Immortal Estate. Come, let me see what other trump cards you have. Confidence. She was absolutely confident when facing Yang Yi, both in how she spoke and mentally as well. Of course, she had the right to. After all, they weren't from the same era. It could be said that Yang Yi hadn't even been born when she commanded great respect all those years ago. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. At the instant he did that, a ray of sword energy flashed. A moment later, the sword energy appeared above her. 1 swing. 2 swings. 3 swings. 3 swings with the sword domain. Yan Yi's ultimate limit. At the instant the third strike descended, the space above the immortal estate was instantly obliterated and turned completely pitch black. Moreover, the powerful sword energy caused the estate below to start collapsing inch by inch. It was truly capable of obliterating the world. Boom! In the sky, a beautiful figure was blasted almost 3 kilometers away. It was the founding ancestor of the immortal estate. At this moment, her body had become quite ethereal. As for Yang Yi's body, it was cracking apart inch by inch, and blood was seeping out incessantly from him. In just a short while, he was covered in blood. But in just a short while, the blood vanished because it had been absorbed by Invincible. It was absorbing his blood. The woman glanced at her palm, and there was an extremely deep cut there. It had cut open her palm and damaged her clone. A moment of silence ensued, and then she looked up at Yang Yi. At this moment, she thought of something. The man before her was only at the true Tao realm. She restrained her thoughts, and then she started walking slowly in his direction. I have to admit that you have some skill. However, it's just a little. She waved her right hand once she finished speaking. Bang! A wave of powerful energy instantly blasted Yang Yi over 3 kilometers away. Mouthfuls of blood sprayed from Yang Yi, and the cracks throughout his body grew wider. While his body had cracked open earlier, the primordial violet energy within him had been healing him madly, so it wasn't lethal. Now, after suffering that attack from her, it wasn't just Yang Yi's body that cracked open, even his internal organs had cracked open. She didn't stop and continued toward Yang Yi. I'm not interested in slaughtering an ant. However, I'm quite interested in slaughtering you. Isn't your recovery very fast? Come, let me see if your recovery is fast, or my destruction is faster. She raised her right hand and was about to attack again once she finished speaking. Suddenly, she frowned slightly and looked up into the sky. A ray of dark light shot down, and her expression changed slightly. She swiftly slammed her right fist at it. Bang! A wave of powerful energy rippled out toward the dark light, but the dark light blasted it apart. An instant later, a petite girl appeared before her. Moreover, the girl was holding her by the throat. The petite girl looked her in the eyes. Slaughter him? Who do you think you are? As soon as she finished speaking, the girl squeezed down slowly, and the clone of the immortal estate's founding ancestor instantly turned ethereal. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.